if she so assisted you in your house, did you pay her in any manner?
As statement is so held that there is a people of that
Ons is so alleen ons dat met elkaar, dat ik niet van contact moet doen, maar dat ik ja van kost moet doen. Zo, als zij daar mee proberen, dan ik altijd kost van mijn studenten. Of ik nou in mijn kost gestuurd uit mijn huis en dat zij kan studeren.
The argument between us, my Lord, was, if she come and assist me, I don't have to give her cash as his money. The argument was that as soon as she comes and assists me, I have to pay her by buying some food stuff for the house.
Why did you?
Now and then I would buy some food stuff, and sometimes I would give her food from my property.
Why did you have this arrangement?
Omdat zij ouders hadden weer was zo dat zij eigenlijk zwaar werd, dat was aan de weg aan die school van die kennis dat je niet thuis komt. En zij daar wordt geen komst gehad. Dat ik liever zeg maar moet kosten dat zij verzekerd is, dat haar kennis elke dag zal iets.
Yet, because of the hardship she was experiencing, my Lord. And then
This court has already heard the evidence that on Monday,
Daar is niks in je huis. Zo net na een keer, toen ga ik zo bereid toe en ik loop oor die 500 dan. Ze kost goed van, toen neem ik het van die zondag. En dat is toe wat ons met elkaar praat. Dus ik van, zo zijn nog niet die maandag opkom en niet correct ik ga bij de huis. Maar ik kies hebben mijn ma wees.
It was the Sunday, my Lord, after church. After church, since she said she doesn't have food, she didn't have food on Friday, she said she has no food. Then on Sunday I went to shop, I had to get a few groceries, and I took her to a place. That's when me and her then agreed that she would go to clean my place, but she would get the keys for my mother.
And what time did you leave for work that morning?
Hoe laat is niet te werk in de ochtend?
Ik heb net zo oor 7 als ik weer werk toe.
Just after 7, I left for work.
And What time did you return from work?
Hoe laat het u teruggekeer van uw werk?
Ik kan nou niet precies zien, maar het was tussen 4 en 5. Het ik teruggekomen huis toe, naar mijn ma's huis toe.
I can't say exactly, but it was between 4 and 5. When I returned from work, I went to my mother's place.
So you went from work straight to your mom's house?
So is van die werk af reg na my ma's huis toe.
Ja.
Yes.
Who did you find there?
Met die aankoms weer van weer in afgevind.
Mijn kinders was daar en Kelly was daar met Rasial, haar babykie.
It was my kids were there, Kelly was there, and a younger baby, a child.
And your mother, of course.
En mijn ma was
And
daar.
my mother.
Later that night, you were told, or it became known to you that Joshlin was missing. Tell us about that.
Later die aand het u bewus geraak of u was meegedeel dat Joshlin so vermis raak, dat Joshlin so weggeraak het. Kan nie vir die daarvan vertel.
Dus reg, ja, ik het of zo voor 8 seconden, of 8 uur daar rond.
Just before 8 o'clock or around 8, my lord,
Toen Kelly vir my gebel en gesê, ek moet oor die pad kyk asseblief daar by Natasha se skoonpa, bro Ali, of Joshlin nie miskien daar is nie.
Kelly called me and asked me to please look across the road at the alley to see if Joshlin wasn't there.
Broer Ali, that is Natasha's father-in-law, correct?
Dis reg, ja.
Dis Natasha se skoonpa.
And when I refer to Natasha, that's Natasha Andrews that testified yesterday.
As ons verwys na Natasha Andrews gister getuig.
Ja.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, sorry, I interrupted you. You can continue.
You kan voortgaan.
Ek het op haar gesê, nee, is fijn, ek kyk vir haar van, ek het die tyd op die stoep gesit. Maar toe sê ek ook vir haar, die is niemand by bro Ali se huis. Natasha se kar staan nie daar nie. So ek weet nie, ek dink nie sy is daar nie.
Then I said to her it was okay, because I was sitting on my stoop. As I went there, I realized that there was no one in the house. I told her Brother Ali isn't there, and Natasha's vehicle is also not there. I don't think there's anyone else, there's any persons in the house.
So what was Kelly looking for? Why did you have to look at Broer Ali's house?
Hoekom moes u by broer Ali se gaan kyk? Wat was sy op soek na?
Sy het my gesê, Joshlin is weg, sy weet nie waar is Joshlin nie, maar ek moet net kyk daar by bro Ali.
She said Joshlin is gone. She doesn't know where Joshlin is. I must just go and look at Brother Ali.
Must you go look if you can see if Joshlin is there? Or what must you look for?
Moes u gaan kyk of Joshlin daar was of wat moes u gaan soek en kyk voor.
Sy het gesê, moet gaan kyk of Joshlin nie miskien daar is nie.
Okay.
She said I must go and see if Joshlin isn't there.
Is toe wat ek vir haar sê, is toe daar en daar is niemand nie.
That's when I texted her. I said to her that the place is locked. There's no one there.
And later that evening,
En later die aand,
Later die aand het ek gereeld vir haar gebel om te luister of haar niks nuus is van Joshlin nie.
later that night, I called her to find out if there's no news about Joshlin.
Sy het my gesê, nee, daar is nog niks nuus van Joshlin nie, maar daar is 2 kinders wat blijkbaar 2 mansmense gesien het, wat met Joshlin geloop het na die bosse kant toe.
She said no. Then she further said to me there are 2 kids who claim that they saw Joshlin with the 2 men working towards the bushes.
Dan het ek so gereeld vir haar gebel en gebel. Toe ek vir haar weer bel, dis net so voor die, het was load shedding tussen 10 en 12. Ek het vir haar so voor 10 gebel. Toe sê sy vir my, hulle is op pad na die een man se huis toe om te loop luister.
I kept on calling him a lot until such I think about it was during load shedding. When I called again, she said they were on their way to go and ask for one of this man.
Toe ek vir haar weer terugskakel, kakel, toe sê sy nee, hulle is by die man, hulle was by die man, maar hy sê, hy het nie saam met Joshlin geloop nie. En toe vra sy vir my, ek moet afkom Middelbos toe. Hulle is 'n straat of 2 strate agter die Kawas. Toe sê ek van nee, ek kan nie kom hier van is nou load shedding en ek kan nie my kinders alleen in die huis en los wanneer load shedding is.
She said they are at this gentleman's house who said he didn't see Joshlin, and then she said they must come down to where they were because she said they were just 2 streets from where I was, closer to the car wash. And I said, so I refused to go because I cannot leave my children alone because it was about load shedding.
En toe het Kelly so voor 12 jaar aan sy kant, het Kelly by my aangekom, ek het geleen luister, toe hoor ek net sy roep, Joshlin, Joshlin.
At about before 12 o'clock, as I was laying listening, then I could hear she calling out the name of Joshlin, Joshlin.
Toe sy daar aangekom met Marco, wat hulle sê Langkop, hulle twee daar aangekom by my.
She came there with a man with the name of Marco, but they call him Langkop. They came to my place.
Toe sy gevra vir lig en ek het vir haar 1 lig gegee.
Then she asked for a light, and I gave her 1 light.
My woorde aan haar was toegewys, Kelly, nou waar is Boeta, hoekom soek hy nie saam met jou nie?
Then my words to her was that, where is Boeta? Why doesn't he accompany you during the search?
Toe sy vir my gesê, nee, Boeta, hy soek in die blok rond.
Then she said Boeta was looking amongst the block.
Ek het toe vir haar 1 lig gegee, waarvan ek toe my ma gebel het agterna, en vir haar sê, Mami, Kelly is op pad, gee vir Kelly nog 'n lig.
I gave her 1 light. Then I called my mom, and I told my mother to give Kelly 1 light more.
Just hang on there. When you say that she said, Boeta soek, hy soek in die blok rond. What does that mean?
Aangezien die gesê dat sy sê to feel that block, dat Boeta in die blok rond kyk, wat het sy daarmee bedoel?
Hy en sy vriende soek in die blok na Joshlin. Ek kan nou net sê blok, aan die onderkant van die blok of aan die boekkant van die blokkie.
He and his friends were looking for Joshlin in the block. I don't know whether in the upper side or the lower side of the block.
But you live in Saldanha, can you tell us what the block means?
He was born after in Saldanha, kan nie vir ons sê wat die blok meen.
Die lokasie.
That is the township.
All right. Sorry, I interrupted you. Yeah, you phoned your mother, told her to give another light to Kelly, and thereafter?
Hy het toe die ma geskakel om vir Kelly ander lig te gee. Wat gebeur toe daarna?
Ek het ook vir haar gevra, het hulle die polisie gekontak? Sy sê ja, die polisie was by haar, maar hulle gaan weer terugkom na load shedding.
Then I wanted to know from her, did you call the police? She said yes, he contacted the police, but they will come back after load shedding.
All right. What happened the next day, the 20th?
Wat het toe die volgende dag, die 20ste Februarie gebeur?
Die 20ste, dis die Dinsdag.
The 20th was the Tuesday.
Om en by 6 uur se kante het ek opgestaan vir die werk, want ek gaan gewoonlik so na 7 ry ek weer toe.
At about 6 o'clock I got out of bed, preparing myself because I usually go to work after 7.
Toe ek opstaan het ek onmiddellik vir Kelly gebel en geluister, is daar enige nuus van Joshlin? Het hulle vir Joshlin gekry of wat?
Immediately I got out of bed, I called Kelly to find out is there any news, did they find Joshlin or not?
Sy het my gesê nee, sy en Boeta lê en slaap nog. En
She said no, me and Boeta still asleep.
Toe vra sy my of ek vir die dag by die huis sê nee, ek gaan weer toe, maar sy moet opstaan. Toe sê ek maar Boeta moet sommer gaan kyk daar by die plaas.
Then I said, she wanted to know from me, will you be at home? I said no, I'm going to work. And then I said to them, you must get up. Boeta must go and look at the farm.
Want blijkbaar is daar een man wat glo nie van hom hou nie, toe sê ek, hulle moet sommer daar gaan kyk. En ek sê vir sy moet klaar maak, laat sy kan opkom, dan kan sy saam met my ry, dan lei ek vir by die polisiestasie af.
There's a man who he's not in good terms with. Then I said to them, you must quickly go there. And I asked her to come to my place. Then get a ride with me where I'm going to drop her off at the police station.
Toe vra ek ook vir haar nou, waar is Rico en Raciel? Toe sê sy vir my, ja, maar Rico en Raciel het by die buurvrou geslaap.
And I wanted to know from her where are the other kids that is Rico and Rochelle. Then she said they slept at the neighbor.
Sy het toe daar aangekom by my met Rico en Raciel.
She came to my house with Rico and Rochelle.
Toe sê ek vir nie, sy maar nou sommer die kinders by my ma gaan los, aangezien sy moes nou sommer saam my polistasie toe gaan. Sy het toe vir Rico en Raciel by my ma gaan los en teruggekom.
Then I told her to leave Rico and Rochelle with my mother because we're going to the police station. And then that's what she did, she took them to my mother.
Toe sy terugkom by my, toe sê ek vir Kelly, sy weet mos nou wat gaan nou gebeur.
Then when she came back, I said to Kelly, but you don't know what's going to happen now.
Toe sê sy vir my, ja, die polisman en maatskaplike werker het vir haar gesê, Boeta is verdachte nommer 1, sy weet seker dat hy verdachte nommer 1 is.
She said yes. She said the police and the social worker said that Boeta could be suspect number 1. And she knows that Boeta can be suspect number 1.
En ek het ook vir haar gesê, ja, dit is so van sy het die dag vir die maandag vir Joshlin hulle by Boeta gelos.
Then I said to her, that is so. Because that Monday you left with the children with Boeta.
Ons weer so, net so oor 7, toe sê ek weg van die huis af, met Kelly saam met my, waarvan ek vir haar by die polisasie afgelei het, toe sê ek vir Kelly, hier is 20 rand, laat sy nie nog rond te val, vat die taxi, dan gaan sy onmiddellik skool toe, laat sy by die skool kan gaan 'n reëlings tref. En
after 7 o'clock we left, at the police station I dropped her off, and I gave her 20 rands. And I said to her, you don't have to run around. It's a 20 rands. You have to go to the school and go report this.
Maar sy het so my juffrou oor die pad gesien staan. Toe sy na die juffrou toe en daarna was ek toe weer toe.
Then she saw a lady teacher across the road. She went to the teacher, and from there I went off to work.
Do you know which teacher this was?
And no, you on the base of SABC.
Ek ken nie die juffrou nie.
Okay.
I don't know this lady teacher, my lord.
Can I just ask, so Boeta did not arrive with Kelly to accompany her to the police station. She came alone.
So Boeta was nie saam met Kelly na die polisiestasie toe, sy is alleen na hier.
Hy was nie saam, sy was alleen, ja.
He was not with her, she was alone.
On that particular Monday,
Op die maandag
was there any talk of money, cash money, being given to Kelly or being asked or requested?
was enige geld te sprake wat aan Kelly sou gegee was, of was enige sprake van geld?
Ja,
Met
In relation to this witness, being asked from this witness, my lord.
ja.
Yes.
You can please tell us about that?
Dan u dan verhoor daarvan sê,
Hy was in die tyd toe ek op pad huis toe ry, toe het sy vir my gebel.
Wie
Want
sy?
Kelly het my gebel en toe vra sy vir my, wil ek nie vir haar 200 rand gee nie.
that was on the time on my way to home, on my way home, when she called me, Kelly, and then she wanted to know from me, can't I borrow her 200 rands?
Want sy sê vir sy wil haar gas vol maak. My woorde aan haar was, nee Kelly, ek het dan die Sondag vir jou oor die 500 rand se kosgoed gekoop. Hoe kan ek jou nou nog 'n 200 rand gee vir gas?
She wanted 200 rands to buy gas, and I said, no, Kelly, I can't, because I bought you some food on Sunday.
Toe sê ek sy maar vir my ma vra of my ma nie vir haar kan help nie, want ek gaan nie vir haar help nie.
Then I said, you need to ask my mother if she can't assist you, because I won't assist you.
Do you know whether your mother did assist her?
Dra u kennis of u ma van gehelp?
Ja,
Yes.
my ma het vir my gesê, sy het vir Kelly 'n R50 gegee die
My mother
middag.
said she gave Kelly 50 rand that Monday.
En toe het sy weer vir Kelly voor Kelly huis toe gegaan.
I think the word was the middag, so the afternoon.
The afternoon. My mother gave Kelly 50 rand.
Yes, you may proceed.
You can you can correct it if it's wrong because you look as if you want to say something, please. And
Voorkom as people iets sê, jy kan het regmaak dat het verkeerd vertaal is.
Ek kan nou nie presies sê hoe laat die middag was nie, maar sy sê sy het haar voorheen vir Kelly 'n R50 gegee en net voor Kelly huis toe was, het sy vir Kelly weer R150 gegee en vir Kelly gesê sy moet haar gasloop vol maak.
I can't say what time she said that she gave her 50 rands. She said she gave her 50 rands, and before she went home, she gave her 150 rands to fill up the gas.
and this is all on that Monday.
Dis nie maar,
That's
dis reg ja.
correct.
Okay. When the police was at your house and obtained your first affidavit from you,
Die dag toe die polisie by eie huis was, toe hulle eerste verklaring van haar gekry,
they told you, made a remark about a camera in your house. Can you tell us about that, please?
maar hulle het iets gesê van die camera in die huis, dat die vir hulle daarvan vertel.
Hy het gesien die kamera, toe sê hy vir my werk, hy het altyd my gevra werk die kamera, toe sê ek ja, die kamera werk.
He saw the camera in the house and then he wanted to know from me, is this camera working? Is it functional? Is it functioning? And I said to him, yes, it is working.
Toe hy het my gevra, ek moet kyk op die kamera of ek enigiets kan sien.
Then he asked me if can I look at the camera, if I can pick up anything I can see.
Just to get this in detail. So, according to your affidavit, this happens, the taking of the affidavit, commissioning of the affidavit, this happens on the 6th of March 2024. The camera that you are describing, is that a normal surveillance camera that's fitted inside your house?
Hierdie verklaring was geneem eerder gesê as 'n maart. Die camera wat een van meld maak is dit een wat gewoonlik in 'n huis ingeplaas word.
Dis reg ja.
That's correct.
And where exactly is that camera positioned?
Waar presies is die kamera in die huis geplaas?
As jy inkom by my voordeur, is dit aan jou regterkant in die hoek in.
As you enter my front door, it could be on the right hand side in the corner.
Maar hy sit so van die kombuis en die voorkant is 'n open plan, so hy kan alles optel. As jy by die kombuisdeur inkom of by die voordeur inkom, kan hy alles optel.
It's an open plan. It is created in such a way that if you come from the back door or from the front door, it will pick up everything.
So let me get this straight. Is it possible to enter the house either from the back door, kitchen door, or from the front door without the camera catching that footage, recording that footage?
As dit moontlik byvoorbeeld as 'n persoon by voordeur of by agterdeur aankom, hierdie kamera is in so 'n posisie plaas dat hy niks kan dat hy enigiets kan opgetel word.
Nee, is in so 'n posisie dat hy moet vir jou optel.
It is in such a position that it must pick you up.
All right, so Sergeant Fortuyn, the policeman, asked you to look at the footage of a specific day. Which day must you look for?
Die sergeant Fortuyn het vir gevra om te kyk na of enige iets kyk op 'n dag. Watter dag is dit? Sou die dag wees?
Hy het my gevra om die 19de te kyk.
He asked me to look at the 19th.
Is that 19 February 2024?
Die 19 Februarie 2024.
Ja, dis reg.
That's correct.
Did you look at the footage for the 19th?
Het u toen gekyk na die opname van die 19e?
Dis reg, ek het die 19de Februarie so goed gekyk.
Yes, I look at the stuff of the 19th of February.
Maar daaidag, ek kon nie sê of nog die goed gereis het of wat nie, want ek het nou net myself opgetel en die kinders. Ek het ewen sien 18de se goed ook gaan kyk, maar ook net vir my en die kinders. Ek het die 20ste nou ook gekyk, maar het was ook net ons, ek en my kinders.
And on that day when I looked for the footage of the 19th, my Lord, I don't know whether it was erased, but the only thing I could pick up for the 19th was only myself and my kids, the previous day of the 18th as well, and the 20th as well, my Lord. Nothing else except me picking up my kids.
So let me ask you specifically. Did you, when viewing the footage of the 19th of February, did you see Kelly Smith, accused number 3, entering your house and working in the house and leaving again?
En wanneer by iets van die 19e van die tweede maand van February het die beskuldig nommer 3 Kelly Smith gesien die huis inkom en hy is verlaat of skoonmaak in die huis.
Nee, ek het al van die oggend af, van so pas 7 af, het ek die video gekyk om te kyk of ek vas sien, maar ek het niks van Kelly gesien daar nie.
No, my Lord, because I started to look for footage from 7 o'clock in the morning to see whether would I see her. I didn't see anything of her on the day.
If you say you started from about 7, until when did you view the footage for that day?
Hy sê die begin so kyk na die opname na 7 en hy het gekyk hoe laat dit laat die opname het hy na gekyk.
Ek het so tot pas 1, 2 uur se gehad. Tussen 1 en 2 het ek gekyk van, toe voel ek sien nou niks klaar die oggend nie, toe los ek het maar, na 2 het ek meer gekyk nie.
Between 1 and 2, then I realized I can't pick up anything. Then I decided not to look anymore.
So let me just understand this. Were you able to see the footage that was recorded for the 19th of February? You see you and your children, but not Kelly Smith.
Hy sê hy het gekyk na die opname van die 19 Februarie 2024, maar hy sê hy kon net optel van die kinders en myself, maar hy kon niks sien van Kelly.
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct.
Now, this camera, is it set to just record the whole time, or is it motion or sensor activated? How does it work?
Hierdie camera opname van u, word dit opgetel tyd na tyd of die hele tyd, of is dit sensor aan, wat moet ek optel as daar iets in beweging is, of wat is die geval in verband opname van die camera?
Hy rekord heeltyd, maar as dit load shedding is, dan rekord hy glad nie, maar dan wys hy vir my ook uit hy, tussen die tyd was load shedding, na die load shedding, dan rekord hy weer aan, maar die dag van die 19e was daar nie load shedding van die oggend af nie.
It records from start until the end, my Lord. We will only have a problem during load shedding. But after load shedding, kicking again, but it will show you that during load shedding I didn't pick up anything, I was not functioning. But on this day of the 19th, there was no load shedding.
Daar was, hy het gewys van 2200 tot midnight, was daar load shedding en hy het dit gewys op die camera.
It showed that 2200 hours until midnight, there was load shedding.
Now, when you viewed the footage of the 19th of February from about 7 o'clock until, let's say, 2 that afternoon, was there any interruptions in the recording, or was it a continuous recording?
Gedurende tyd toe hierdie opname so begin by 7 tot na 2 uur, was daar enigiets wat dit kon onderbrekings aan verband met die opname vanaf die oggend tot so by 2 uur?
Nee, daar was glad nie onderbreking nie.
No interruption, my Lord.
Now, when you started telling us about this camera, you said something about I don't know if it was erased. What do you mean with that?
U het gesê, u weet nie of daar enige iets wat so verkeerd was of verbeter was. Wat het u daarmee bedoel?
Na sekere tyd, dan gooi hy mos sy, of hy, hoe kyk het nou stel, na sekere tyd dan gaan die vorige video's of die video's weg. Hy hou net vir 'n aantal tyd, so ek kan nou niet sê of dit tot daai tyd gewees het, dat hy miskien nog net gerecord het en daarna
Okay, all right.
sy eie skoon gemaak het.
After a certain time, it would remove the videos on it. I don't know whether that is in the same situation.
Okay, so yes, to take your testimony further, according to your affidavit, so you were asked to look at the footage for the 19th of February. You did, you had it, but then when the police came to collect it from you, which was on the 8th of March, in other words, 2 days later, the 8th of March, 2024, then you had come to a realization. Tell the court about that.
Ik verstaan dat die verband met die opname, maar die 8e twee daarna, die dag van die verklaring, heeft die politie toen naar iets gekomen. Die zei, iets gevonden of opgeteld. Kan die verhoofd daarvan vertellen?
Ek het weer gaan kyk van, toe voel het my, iets is hier reg, het voel onwerkelijk. Toe gaan kyk ek weer, maar toe het ek self goed weer net van my kinders gesien.
I felt something isn't right. I decided to go and relook again. When I relooked again, I saw myself and my kids.
As toe wat ek wil sê, nee man, ek weet nie of die ding nou sy geheue skoon gemaak of wat nie, van, is elke keer net ek en my kinders.
Because that's when I said, I don't know whether was this camera now cleaning its own memory. But now every time when I look, it's only me and my kids.
I'm not following you now.
Kan nie mooi volg.
Okay, let's just take a step back. This is on the 6th of March. They ask you, they see the camera, and they ask you, go look at the footage for the 19th of February.
Die 6de Februarie, relatief vir u kan u gaan kyk op die opname van die 19de Februarie.
On the same day, you look at it, you see, it's only you and your children. Kelly, accused number 3, is not there.
Op diezelfde dag, toe u die opname na kyk, met u en die kinders verskyn, was skuldig nummer 3 nie.
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct.
Okay. Then, on the 8th of March, 2024,
En dan in die 8de Maart 2024,
now the police returns, they ask you, they now want a copy of that footage of the 19th of February.
die polisie kom toe na u toe, hulle wil nou afdrukke van die opname van die 19 Februarie.
Is it then still there on the system?
Is die opname van die 19 nog op die systeem?
Ek kan nie sê nie, van ek het ook net daai dag van my kinders gesê, dis wat ek wil sê, ek weet nie, want het was net weer ek en my kinders.
I can't say, my Lord, because I said to them, the only thing I can pick up is only me and my kids. I don't know.
Oh, so was it still available on the system?
Was dat nog beskikbaar op hierdie stelsel?
Dat kan ek nou nie sê nie, want ek het hierdie ding getrek, ek het net gaan kyk as hulle my gevra het, en voor hulle gekom het, daai dag het ek weer gaan kyk die oggend.
Ja.
Of het, maar toe sit ook net ek en my kinders.
Before they came, my Lord, that morning I went to relook again. And when I looked at it that morning before the police arrived, it was only myself and my children.
So, let me just get this straight, because I might seem a little confused. If we were to look at it now, would you still be able to see the footage for the 19th of February last year?
Sê byvoorbeeld, ons gaan kyk nou na die opname. Sal ons net die opname van die 19 Februarie, wie sal ons die opname van die 19 Februarie daar kan kry?
Dan kyk ek vir jy sê nie, ek weet nie of hy sy dinges ge-erase het of wat, van 'n sekere tydperk, ek weet nie hoe lankie, dan delete hy die goed.
Ek
I
verstaan.
won't be able to tell you, my Lord, because I don't think after a certain period, but I think after a certain period, it erases its memory.
Okay. That's how I understood it. So when the police came and now asked to also see the footage of the 19th, could you show that to them?
Toe was dit al,
Toe die polisie by die huis toe kom, toe hulle vra vir die opname van die 19e, was dit nog op die stelsel?
nee, toe was dit nie meer daar nie.
No, it wasn't there anymore.
Okay. And this was on the 8th of March.
Dit sou die 8de Maart was.
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct, my Lord.
And if you looked to the 18th of February, the day before, was that still there?
As ons bijvoorbeeld so kyk die dag voor die 18e, sou dit nog daar wees op die stelsel?
Nee,
No,
dit was nie.
it wasn't there.
En die 20ste?
And the 20th,
Die goed wat gebeur het, die 20ste was ook nie daar nie.
what happened on the 20th was also not on the system anymore, my Lord.
Okay. All right, so it erases after a certain period of time.
Wat die gewoonlik doen, hy verwyder op na sekere tyd.
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now, is it possible to change the operations, the way in which that camera is programmed to record? Can you change it to delete portions or do anything, tamper with it? Is it possible to do that? And what do you need to do that, to be able to program that camera?
Is daar 'n manier om hierdie stelsel te reprogrammeer, byvoorbeeld sekere gedeelte aandoog, sekere gedeelte erase? Is daar enige manier om dit te doen?
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct, my Lord.
Hy gee vir jou opsie om te kat of so, maar jy gaan sien as hy gebeter was, maar jy het 'n paspoort nodig om haar in te gaan.
Yes, it will, my Lord. It will show you if someone maybe tried to work on it, or maybe as witness would say in Afrikaans, Peter. But it will show you. But you need a password to get into it.
And who has that password?
Wie sou hierdie password hê?
Dis net ek myself en my kinders wat die paswoord ken.
Only myself and my kids who knows the password.
Did you perhaps provide that password to Kelly Smith, accused number 3, who works for you occasionally?
Het hierdie password aan Kelly, beskuldig nommer 3, gegee, aangesien sy vir u gehelp het?
Nee, ek het nie.
No, I did not.
Now, you are the woman who works and lives in that house.
U is 'n persoon wat werk en bly in hierdie woning.
And I know you told us that you had cleaned the Sunday before and cleaned the Monday morning before you left for work and the children for school.
U het gesê dat u die Sondag by so reg getrek het, die Maandag kon weer voor die kinders vir skool se verlaat.
Could you see whether, was there any indication that Kelly had worked in your house that day?
Was daar enige indikasie of iets wat vir u kon wys dat Kelly in die huis gewerk het die dag?
Ek kan nou nie sê nie, want ek het direk na my ma se huis toe gegaan en daarna het ons begrafplaas toe gegaan.
I can't say, my Lord, because I went directly to my mother's house from work. From there went to the graveyard.
En toe het ek eers maar wat het tyd by die huis gekom. Seker so oor 7.
I might have arrived at home at about maybe after 7.
Of die kinders nou reg getrek het of Kelly daar gewees het, kan ek nou nie 100% sê nie.
If the kids maybe did some touch-ups, or Kelly did, or he was there, I won't be able to tell the court.
Is that something that the children would do, would clean if they come home before you?
As dit wat die kinders gewoonlik doen om skoon te maak voordat die reis aankom?
Ja, my meisiekind is by dit. Sy hou nie van 'n vuil huisie, so sy sal skoon maak voor ek uit die werk uitkom.
Yes, my daughter is in that. She's a person who doesn't like filthy places. She would clean before I come from work.
All right. On the night of the 20th,
Die aand van die 20ste,
that's the Tuesday,
dit sou die Dinsdag wees.
where did Kelly Smith, accused number 3, sleep?
Waar het Kelly Smith beskuldigde die aand geslaap?
Die aand van die 20ste het Kelly by my geslaap.
On the night of the 20th, Kelly slept at my place.
Ek het gesê almal vir haar en vir Boeta skei laat Boeta maar by sy maale gaan slaap en Kelly by my kon slaap.
I said herself and Geta should separate at night. He should go and sleep at his mother's and she can come and sleep at my place.
Sy het toe daai aand daar aangekom, sy sê hulle het by Boeta se maale afgeklim. Toe het sy na my toe gekom die Dinsdag aan waar sy geslaap het.
Then she arrived at my place and said that she got off at Buta's mother's place, but she came to my house.
Sy het toe daai aan, toe sê ek vir Kelly, loop was eers vir jou, want sy het ons nog vuil van die hele dag so op en af. Toe het sy vir haar gewas. Toe sê ek vir sy moet in my seunkind se kamer slaap. Toe sê sy vir my nee, sy wil nie alleen slaap nie. Toe het ek vir my kinders gesê om die matras in te bring, laat sy maar by my in die kamer slaap. Dis waar sy geslaap het die Dinsdag aan.
When she arrived, I asked her, I suggested that she take a bath because she was probably dirty. And then she took the bath. And then I said to her she must use my son's room to sleep in. Then she said she won't be able to sleep alone. That's when I ordered my kids to bring in the mattress into my room. That's where she slept that night, my lord, in my room on the mattress.
Daai Dinsdag aan, toe daar 'n polisman en 'n polisvrou ook aangekom.
That night, that Tuesday night, a police male and police lady came to my place.
Waarvan Hope Faith of maar Benji hulle groep saam met Nilo het daai aan daar aangekom.
Sorry, I really could not hear those names. Just give us those names
Kan
again.
nie weer die name herhaal. Ek kon ook nie vir u mooi verstaan hoor nie.
Dit was Nilo.
It was Nilo.
Hy het vir hulle gewys waar ons bly van. Hulle was eers by my ma, toe het my ma gesê Kelly is nie daar nie. Is toe wat hulle om kon na my toe.
Nilo showed them where I was hiding because they firstly went to my mother's place and then my mother said they weren't there and then they came around to my house.
Dat was, ek kan nie presies onthou wat is die span se naam was, Hope Faith of Faith in Hope, but Benji is die een dame se naam.
I don't remember the group's name. It is Open Field Find of Field Hope, but Benji is one of the people of the members of this group.
I think she said hope and faith, or
Hope and
faith
faith.
and hope.
Hope and faith, or faith and hope.
Dis reg, ja.
But whose name?
Wie is die een? Wie is zijn naam?
Benji.
But Benji.
was one of the members.
Yes.
Hulle het toe vir Kelly gevra en goed.
They asked the questions and some stuff.
Waarvan sy gesê, sy beantwoord, sy sê die hele tyd sy's naar.
She didn't really give an answer all the time. She was appearing as if she was nauseous.
Ek het half en half kwaad geraak van haar van, Dis jou kind waarvan ons praat, ons soek vir Joshlin. Toe sê ek van nou kom ons na badkamer toe.
I became a little bit upset with her because I said to her, we are talking about your child. And I said to her, let us go to the bathroom.
Toe sê ek van nou, okay, gooi nou op, sy sê mos nou dis naar.
And I said to her, you can vomit now since you say that you nauseous.
Maar sy het glad nie opgegooi nie, en toe is ons maar nou weer terug in voorkamer toe.
She did not vomit. From there, we went back to the front room.
Toe hulle nou vir haar vrae vra en later man tyd toe hulle van Nilo ook ingeroep.
Then he asked the questions. After a while, then they called in Nilo.
Toe hulle ook vir hom geondervra.
He was also questioned.
En hy toe geantwoord, nee, hy was nie saam met hulle daai dag nie. Hy was by die ou skooltjie in Middelbos. Hy was daar.
He said that to them, I wasn't there with them this day. I was at the old school in Middelbos.
Did they then leave after this interview?
As hierdie mense toe weg na hierdie onderhoud.
Dis reg, hulle het gesê hulle gaan na Boeta toe.
Yes, they said they're going to Boeta.
Okay. And then thereafter, did you and Kelly go to sleep?
Nadat het jy Kelly toe gaan slaap?
Vraag weer?
Can you repeat that again?
Thereafter, did you and Kelly then go to sleep?
Nadat het jy en Kelly toe gaan slaap?
Ja, Kelly het geslaap, maar ek kon nie slaap nie.
Kelly slept, my lord, but I could not fall asleep.
Ek het maar nou heel aan by haar gekyk van sy doen nie slaapwerk en ek kon nie.
I was just watching over here at that stage because she could sleep. I could not.
Why could you not sleep?
Hoekom kon jy nie slaap?
Ek weet nie van die gevoel amper soos as my kind wat weg is.
I
Ek
don't
kan
know.
nie.
I had a feeling as if the child lost was my child.
Ek kon nie eens die Dinsdag eet by die werkie.
I couldn't even eat Tuesday at work.
Van ek was soos in die middelman van die groepe wat gesearch het, van daar was 'n groep wat in Middelbos en daar was 'n groep wat op die duine gesearch het. Nou elke keer dan gee die ene groep feedback, laat ek vir die ander ene sê wat in Middelbos search, so het die hele tyd gegaan.
Because I was amongst those who searched in Middelbos, and some people would search amongst the dunes. Between these two groups searching in Middelbos and the dunes, then there would be information passed up amongst these two groups.
And you were the middle person giving the information.
He was the middle person of the information with the
Dis reg so.
That's correct. There was a middle person passing this information over.
When was this search operation?
Wanneer was hierdie soekoperasie?
Dit was nou die Dinsdag.
It was a Tuesday.
So did you not go to work that Tuesday?
So he was niet bij die werk en zo.
Nee, ek was nie Dinsdag by die werk.
Yes, no, I went to work on Tuesday.
Ek was nie die Woensdag, die Dinsdag aan toe bel ek my supervisor toe vra ek vir hom of ek hier 'n dag se verlof kan kry nie.
The Tuesday night I called my supervisor to inquire, can't I have 1 day's leave?
Hy het vir my die verlof toegestaan waarvan ek die Dinsdag of althans die Woensdag toe moet Kelly by die polisiestasie wees.
Then he allowed me to take leave, and then I took the Wednesday when Kelly was supposed to be at the police station.
Ek het vir haar toe die Woensdag polisiestasie toe geneem.
I took her to the police station that Wednesday.
En toe vir haar, ek weet nie meer wat is weer ons naam nie, Milstein. Of ek is sommer vir Boeta ook wil saambring nie, maar toe sê ek maar boe omry, omdat die gemeenskap so die mekaar is met die soek van Joshlin, moet ek maar vir veiligheid net boe omry, toe ek die Woensdag vir Boeta en vir Kelly polisiestasie toegeneem.
Sergeant Milstein inquired for me would I be able to bring Boeta to the police station. Then since there was a little bit of commotion in the community, I had to go around up for my own safety to pick up Boeta to bring him to the police station.
And the rest of the Wednesday? What did you do?
Die Woensdagoggend, kom ons begin maar by die Woensdag. Die Woensdagoggend toe Kelly opstaan.
The Wednesday morning when Kelly got up,
toe ek my auntie gebel, toe sê ek vir haar sy maar saam met my gaan van ek het nou nie meer ek kan nie meer nie. Toe het sy afgekom,
Then I called my auntie to come up to accompany me because I said to her, I can't do it alone anymore.
van dis die media wat bel is, die ene wat bel, en sy is een wat baie praat, toe sê ek vir haar, praat sy maar met die media, ek sal maar net die ry weer doen.
Media were calling, people were calling lots of calls. She's a person who will be talkative, and I said to her, you'll attend to people calling, I'll do the driving work.
En daai woensdagoggend het ek nog so saam met Kelly aangegaan. Kelly, praat asseblief, wat gaan aan, vir wie beskerm sy, van ek kon sien iets, sy sê haarself nie.
That Wednesday morning, my Lord, I spoke to Kelly more than once. I said, Kelly, can you speak? Speak, please. Who are you protecting? Because I could see she was not herself.
Van ek het vir haar gesê, is sy nie 'n ma wat kan aanvoel oor jou kind of van sy het die regtig emosies getoon daai tyd vir my nie van
Because I wanted to know from you, from that age, your mother who can feel. Because at that stage, she didn't show any emotions.
en sy het gepraat van 'n man wat in Jakobsbaai bly wat daar by hulle plek kom.
She also made mention of a man who stays in Jacob's Bay, who always comes to the house.
Waarvan sy vir Boeta gesê, Boeta vir hom sê, sy soek nie meer vir hom by haar plekkie.
That's when she told Buddha that she doesn't want this person at the house anymore.
En ek het ook vir haar gesê, alles wat sy kan onthou of mense wat jou plek loop of goed is, sy moet vir die speerders die goed sê, sy moet openlik wees, sy moet nie inligting weer hou van die mense nie.
And I said to her, if there's anything, any people who come to your house which you can remember, don't keep anything to yourself. Tell the detectives, don't keep some important stuff to yourself. You need to tell them.
Ons het toe vir ons klaar gemaak in my kamer waarvan my auntie vir haar vrae gevra het van iets wat Desember maand gebeur het, wat haar dogter wel opgetel het.
Then, whilst we were preparing ourselves in my room, then my auntie asked the questions about something which took place in December, which her daughter picked up.
Maybe
Yeah.
if we can get the answer.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, my Lord. Who is this aunt?
Because the auntie,
En Zulfa,
Zulfa. That is not a witness from whom an affidavit has been obtained, my Lord. Not a witness on the list of state witnesses. Okay. I understand that you're telling us the story as it happened, but don't tell us about what Auntie Zulfa herself said. You can tell us what Kelly Smith, accused number 3, said.
ek verstaan dat nie van sy verhaal so vertel wat so plaas van dit, maar hoef jy of jy hoef te vertel wat Auntie Zulfa gesê het. Jy moet sê wat Kelly gesê het.
And I'm really more...
If this witness was in the same room or in earshot and she heard Aunt Zulfa, if that's her name, ask questions, what would be wrong or inadmissible about her telling the court what the questions were?
Indeed, my Lord. I was overly cautious. If the court will permit me, I know that it will not be for the truth of the contents of those questions, the credibility. Yes.
Well, is it hearsay?
Well, strictly speaking, my Lord, not really. This witness
But
is...
then it's not inadmissible.
Thank you, my Lord.
And it's part of what is commonly known as the res gestae.
Indeed, my Lord. Thank you.
Unless there is an objection, I'm going to allow the witness to testify to that effect.
Thank you, my Lord. Okay.
Let me just hear from Mr. Sivnaren. Are you going to object to her narrating the question and answer session that took place?
My Lord, on the basis that the person who said it or had questioned her Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, based on the fact that the person who she's referring to had asked her the questions, my Lord, I would not object.
Thank you, Mrs. Ivnarang. That's a sensible approach. Yes, Ms. Lombard, you don't have to be overcautious.
Swanepoel, my Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Okay. So I'm sorry I interrupted you. You may please proceed. Don't worry about what I said. You may tell us what Auntie Zulfa asked and what Kelly answered.
Kijk, dat ik in ieder geval, ik was jammer, ik kan naar voren gaan voor de opzet, maar de vraag is gevraagd aan Kelly, maar die antwoorden waren zo heers vanaf Kelly.
Ja, I'm going to interrupt. I want you to tell the story as it happened.
Je moet die verhaal vertellen wat de story is, vertellen zoals het gebeurde.
But just look at the interpreter, give him an opportunity after every sentence to translate it into English.
Is dat moet je mij tegen een kans geven, elke zin wordt door.
Are you with me?
Staan jullie voor me?
Dis reg, ja.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lombard. Ms. Swanepoel, I'm sorry.
Thank you, my Lord. Okay. So tell us, that Wednesday morning, you were busy preparing yourselves. Auntie Zulfa, you and Kelly Smith in the room, I suppose. What happens?
Die woensdagochtend was jullie te bezig om voor jullie voor te bereiden. Kelly en die Zulfa, wat gebeurt toen?
Toe dan Zulfa vir haar vrae van iets wat die Zimmerman, wat haar meisiekind vir haar gesê het, vir haar gesê het wat het gebeur.
And the Zulfa asked about something which happened in December, which a girl child told her. What happened?
This is now a girl child of Zulfa.
En Zulfa se dogter.
And the Zulfa's daughter.
Hulle was by 'n plek, ek is nou nie seker of dit in Marisa huis was of so nie, maar ek was besig aan die kamer terwyl aan Zulfa saam met haar praat.
They were at a place, I don't know, at Marisa's place, but while Zulfa's talking to her, I was busy.
Al wat sy net, wat ek kon gehoor het, sy sê van Zulfa, nie dan is hy skuldig.
Only thing I could hear from Auntie Zulfa, from her answering Auntie Zulfa, then he is guilty.
Wie nou skuldig is, weet ek nie van, ek weet het was 'n gesprek tussen wat met Joshlin en of Boeta het iets wat Joshlin gedoen of iets en toe vas en hulle nou dit gesien en toe dan Zulfa vir haar die vraag gevra en haar woorde aan Zulfa was nie, dan is hy skuldig.
Because it seems there's something happened between Joshlin and Boeta did something to Joshlin. And then when she asked the question and then it came out, and that's when she said then he is guilty.
But you don't know anything more about that, what this was about.
Ek kan regtig nie onthou wat dit was nie.
I can't really remember what it was.
All right, no problem. You say that Kelly was not really showing any emotions. And you also said she wasn't herself.
Om het so te stel, ons almal deel dieselfde met goed wat plaasvind. Jou manier van emosies so is anders, waar ek miskien nou weer huil en, maar sy was 'n kalm persoon. Tot ek saam daar aangaan is, toe wat sy van haar kind, toe begin sy van, sy se moeder, sy voel nou aan. Van ek het waar gesê, as jou kind, sy het gedra van 9 maande, hoe kan sy nie gevoel het vir jou kindie?
With emotions, my Lord, I realize that we deal with emotions differently. Someone cried, someone would look upset, but she was really relatively calm. Until such time I take her on. And then that's when she realized and said that she is a mother. And I wanted to know, doesn't she feel anything?
En ek kon nie eens geëet het nie, ek kon nie geslaap het nie.
I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep.
Maar Kelly het geëet, maar ons almal weet sy hou van eet.
But she
Maar
kept on eating, even though we know that she's very fond of it.
daai dag toe eet sy, ek het gedink, joh, ek kan nie eens eet, jy is my kind nie, maar ek voel so oor
Because
die
I
saak.
realized this day, how come I can't even eat? How do I feel like this?
I want you to also tell us about the conversation that you specifically had with Kelly on that Wednesday, the 21st of February. It's after she slept in your room, in your house, the Tuesday night, the Wednesday morning, the 21st. You were having a conversation, and specifically with regards to Joshlin. I want you to tell us about that and what she told you.
Daar was 'n gesprek tussen u en Kelly die woensdagoggend ingesien het die dag. En sy aan by u is geslaap. 'n Gesprek spesifiek oor Joshlin. Kan u verhoog daarvan vertel? 'n Gesprek tussen u en Kelly.
Sy het vir my gesê, sy voel haar kind is nog nie die plek uit nie. Sy voel haar kind is in Marikana.
She said she feels the child hasn't left the area as yet, and she feels that the child is in Marikana.
En sy het nog haar gepraat van foreigners, maar ek het nie nog baie met hy. Want sy het net gesê van foreigners en haar kind is nog uit die plek uit nie. Ons moet in Marikana gaan soek. Sy voel haar kind is nog in Marikana.
She mentioned about foreigners, which I really don't really take note about, but she insisted that we must go to look in Marikana. She feels her child hasn't left the area as yet.
When she tells you her child is in Marikana, what does that mean? Where's Marikana?
As sy so vir u sê die kind is Marikana, wat het dit doen by ons? Waar is Marikana geleë?
Marikana is ook in Middelbos, maar is 'n nuwe uitbreiding in Middelbos.
Marikana is also in Middelbos, but it's a new area.
Can you give us a little more detail as in relation to Tsiridatsitsi where she stays, where Kelly's house is?
Kan u meer uitbrei in verband met waar sy woonagtig is in Tsiridatsitsi? Waar sou jy kan u meer inligting in verband met uitbrei?
Marikana?
Marikana.
As jy aankom in Middelbos,
When you enter Middelbos,
dan is dit mos nou die Middelbos primêre skool of die nuwe skole.
there's the Middelbos Primary School. I think it's a new school, my lord.
As die uitbreiding agter die skool
It is the
Daai-
area behind the school.
is Marikana.
That's the area named Marikana.
Now, did Kelly ever live in Marikana?
Het Kelly al in Marikana gebly?
Dis reg, ja.
Yes, that's right, yes.
When?
Wanneer?
Ek kan nou nie presies onthou nie, maar dit was nou voordat sy daai kant toe getrek het.
Okay,
I
so
won't be able to say, but before she went to this other side,
Want sy was nog swanger met Rasiel toe sy daar gebly het.
she was still pregnant with Rachel when she was residing there.
so this is the place that she lived in before she moved to where she currently
Dus
has
de
a house.
uitbreiding was het eerste gewone voordat ze gekry het waar ze nu woonachtig is.
Dis reg, sy het eers daar gebly toe sy moes na Hopland en toe by Sinda in die Poeblok en toe trek sy daar in.
Yes, from Marikana, then she went to the RDP houses, that is the, and then she says that baby, in Hopland, and then
Sinda.
at Sinda. That's
This-
when she moved to where she is now residing.
Sinda, that is Lucinda.
Lucinda.
Dis reg, ja.
Confirm that it's Lucinda, my lord.
In the Boerblok. Lucinda bly in die Boerblok.
Dis reg, ja.
Sinda is residing in the upper block.
Now, when she was so living in Marikana and then in Hopland and then with Lucinda and Boerblok, was Boeta with her? I mean, was the relationship between her and Boeta then already there?
Toe sy nog woonachtig is in Marikana en toe oor na Hoopblok, na Sinda, Hoopblok en by die Hophuizen, was sy en Boeta by mekaar as hulle verloor gaan.
Ek kan nie sê of hulle by mekaar was nie, maar Boeta het veel by sinne hulle geloop. So ek kan nie sê of hulle in 'n verhouding of iets was nie.
I don't know whether they were in a relationship, but Buddha was visiting them.
Now, when she told you that she still feels her child, that she's not yet gone from this place, she's in Marikana. Did you ask her, how do you know this? How do you know your child is not yet gone? She's in Marikana.
Toe sê vir u sê sy kan voel, haar kind is nog uit die area uit nie. Sy sê die kind is in Marikana. Het u vir gevra, maar hoe weet u daarvan? Hoe weet u dat die kind in Marikana is? U het dit gevra?
Ja, sy het gesê haar moederlike instink sê vir haar kind is nog uit die plek uit die, haar kind is daar.
She said the motherly instinct tells her that the child isn't gone yet, the child is there.
Was this information given over to the police?
Was hierdie inligting aan die polisie gegee?
Ek het vir hulle gesê, alle inligting en goed wat ek gekry het, of goed, het ek vir hulle gesê.
All information that I received, my Lord, I told them.
But did Kelly tell the police, and did she say she's in Marikana?
Maar Kelly vir die polisie gesê dat sy voel die kind is in Marikana.
Dat kan ek nou nie sê nie, van ons was by die polisiestasie en hulle het met hulle gepraat, wat hulle gepraat het weet ek nie, van daar vanaf toe sy na haar auntie se huis toe, waarvan ek vir haar by auntie gekry het, by auntie se huis, iewers in die laan, ek kan nie precies onthou wat is straat nie, maar toe noem sy dit weer, en toe sê sy ook van een auntie van mamespreek, of iewers wat 'n droom gehad het.
I don't know whether did she tell the police because we went to the police. They had a conversation between them. I don't know what the conversation was all about. Then I took it to her auntie. I think she carried on speaking about this, my Lord. Even mentioning about a lady who's residing in Malmesbury, who had a vision or who had a dream.
Correct, ek het nie van na auntie toe geneem nie. Sy is met die polisie uit, of met die speerders na auntie toe. Ek het maar net vir daar gaan haal.
She went to the police or the detectives to her auntie. I didn't take her there. I just went to fetch her from the auntie.
Do you know where this auntie stays or who this auntie is?
Weet jy waar hierdie auntie benachtig is of wie sy is?
As auntie Brussela, ek kan nie precies onthou wat is straat in Brussela bly nie, maar is iewers in die lande.
It's Auntie Priscilla. I won't be able to, I don't remember the street, but it's in the avenues.
Now, why did you fetch her there? Where did you take her?
Waarom het jy vir haar gaan haal, waarin het jy toe vir geneem?
Hulle het die speerder gebel en gesê, ek kan maar vir Kelly kom haal, hulle is klaar met daar. En toe sy die droom gesê van die auntie wat die droom gehad het, van
the detective called me and said I must come and fetch her. They were finished with her. That's when she mentioned this woman with a dream.
Van vuil toilets het sy altyd gesê, die auntie praat van vuil toilets.
Then she said that this woman mentioned some dirty toilets.
Van die auntie se plek af, dus ons maar direk agterna toe na die vakansieoord toe, van ons dink nou aan moontlike plekke waar vuil toilets kan wees.
From the auntie's house we went to this older resort. We thought about places where there could be dirty toilets.
Maar toe sy agterkom, toe sit gesluit.
When we arrived there, it was locked.
En daarna toe gaan ons na die, wat hulle sê, die mopgat.
Then we went to a place they call the mopgat.
Maar sy het alleen daar ingegaan, ek en dan so wat aan die kar gesit.
But she went alone there, whilst me and Auntie Zulf was seated in the vehicle.
Daarna toe ons na my ma se huis toe.
From there went to my mother's place.
As toe wat ons ook maar uitgevind het, van die R50 was gebruik vir tik.
That's when we also find out that the 50 rands was used for tik.
En vanaf toe is ons nou af Middelbos toe.
From there, then we went down to Middelbos,
Na die ou skooltjie toe waar ook vuil toilets is.
to this old school where there was also dirty toilets.
Toe sluit ons aan by die mense wat soek na Joshlin.
Then we joined the people who were looking for Joshlin.
Toe sy ook dik gehou met Marikana. Eventually toe is ons oor na Marikana toe.
She kept on speaking about Marikana. Eventually we went to Marikana.
Ek het maar nie agterkant gestaan en dan so wat maar saam met haar geloop, maar sy het heeltyd geroep na my, maar ek het agter gebly staan.
I had remained standing behind, and she was walking Auntie Zulfa. She was calling me, but I remained behind, and then she was walking Auntie Zulfa.
Van die community was moeilik, van hoekom soek sy nie saam na haar kindie.
Because the community was becoming difficult, because their question is, why doesn't you assist in searching for your child?
Sorry, who is that that's not assisting? Kelly.
Die community sê Kelly soekie saam na haar kindie.
The community said Kelly doesn't assist in the search for a child.
Maar daai tyd toe het sy saam met hulle geloop
But
en
at
na die
that
kind
stage,
soek.
she was with them, working with them.
En dit is nou op die Woensdag, die 21ste Februarie.
Would that be the 21st of Wednesday of February?
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
Agter die skooltjie lê 'n klomp vullis. Hulle het eers daar begin soek. Sy het gesê hulle moet daar tussenin soek. Miskien is haar leiderare van die kind.
Behind the school there's some dirt. Then she said to them they must look through this dirt. Maybe there could be something to follow up amongst this dirt.
Toe sê hulle agterna, toe sê sy ja, maar ons moet maar nou hok vir hok gaan. Maar toe sê die mense, hulle kan na die mense se hokke toe gaan nie. Die polisie moet saam met ons gaan.
Then she suggested that let's go to shack by shack. Then the police, the people, the community people say we can't go from shack to shack. The police must also be included.
Ek het ook aan haar gesê, ek is jammer, maar soos in die Woensdag aan, Kelly kan nie by ons slaap nie, van die gemeenskap is klaar moeilik en hulle voel, ek en my ma aan Kalen hou vir Kelly huis aan en hulle voel ons laat die Kelly soekie, maar die polisie het gesê, ons moet vir Kelly weghou volgens haar eie veiligheid, van die mense was moeilik daai tyd.
Then at that stage, my lord, I said that we can't keep Kelly anymore because it seems to the community that we were protecting Kelly because they say that Kelly wasn't assisting.
Dis was sy die Woensdag aan by haar niggie gaan slaap het in Vredenburg.
That's when she went to sleep at Mrs. Place in Vredenburg. Okay, I think cousin's place in Vredenburg.
I want to be certain about one thing.
I want to say that in it.
I understand what you are saying, that on that specific Wednesday, Kelly participated in the search.
Kelly het deelgeneem aan die soek.
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct.
But the community was complaining and saying she was not participating.
Maar de mensen in de gemeenschap geklaagd, ze die deelname.
Ja, van hulle het gevoel, waar was sy die hele oggend? Hoekom het sy hulle van die oggend af saam gesoekie?
Yes, because they felt, where was she the whole morning? Why didn't she assist the morning?
Ons het eers die middag by hulle aangesluit, nadat Kelly klaar was by die polisiestasie en saam met die mense by die speurder, die mense by Rikon was. Na alles toesluit ons eers by hulle aan.
We joined the search group in the afternoon after he went with the police and then went to Rikon. That's only in the afternoon that we joined the search.
But this is only on Wednesday. What about Tuesday?
This morning was not Woensdag geweest, wat van die Dinsdag?
And what about Thursday, Friday?
Woensdag en Donderdag en Vrydag.
Die Dinsdag kan ek nie sê nie, was ek aan die werk, maar met die mense wat ek gekommunikeer het, was Kelly by, sy het saam gesoek.
The Tuesday I won't be able to give information because I was at work. information from people where Kelly was present. She assisted in the search party.
And thereafter, after the Wednesday, the Thursday, and the Friday, and the other days?
En die dae na die Woensdag, die ander dae die Donderdag en Vrydag en die ander dae.
Die donderdag toe ek weer terug weer, toe was ek mos en toe ek terugkeer van die werk af. Soos ek maar altyd maak, ou gewoonte na my ma se huis toe ek gaan. Toe is Kelly by my ma se huis.
The Thursday I went to work, and as I usually do, start from work, then I go to my mother's place. On arrival at my mother's place, Kelly was at my mother's.
Dus waar sy eintlik die donderdag aangeslaap het van my ma.
That's where she slept that Thursday night at my mother's.
Toe ek by die donderdag by my huis kom, toe lees sy in my ma se kamer. Sy het nog vir my gevra, kan sy maar vir haar suster vertel wat met Joshlin gebeur het. Toe sê ek kan mos nie sê nie, dis jou suster, dis jou besluit.
That's where I found her sleeping at my mother's place that Thursday. Then she wanted to know from me, should I tell my sister about Joshlin? And I said to her, I can't foretell you. It's your decision. You decide. It's your sister.
Of hulle die gesprek gehad het, weet ek nie.
Whether they had the conversation, I don't know, my Lord.
And do you know what happened on the Friday?
Weet jy wat die Vrydag so gebeur het?
Die Vrydag was ek by die huis.
The Friday was at home.
Kelly was nog die oggend by my ma.
That morning Kelly was at my mother's.
Soos ek gesê het, Anzuva was maar die praatpersoon.
I said that Anzufa was the spokesperson.
Toe het die nuus mense laat weet. Ek weet nou nie of hulle ANC wat is, maar hulle het laat weet, hulle is op pad. Hulle wil vir Kelly interview.
The news of people, I don't know which one was it, then they said they wanted to interview Kelly.
En so wat toe afgekom hy oggend na my huis toe. En toe ek vir Kelly laat weet sy moet klaar maak. Ek gaan vir haar mos my ma wil net omdraai by my. Ek gaan vir haar, dan gaan ons die onderhoud by my huis doen.
And then Auntie Zulfa came and told me. And then I contacted Kelly. I said to her she must prepare herself. The interview will be taking place at my house.
Ek het vir Kelly gaan haal en Kelly het gekom. Die mense het gekom.
I went to fetch her. She arrived and the people.
Hulle het haar toe geondervra en maar ek en dan so wat moes vir haar gewys het Kelly.
Then they asked the questions. The witness using a gesture, my Lord, me and Auntie Zulfa would have witness flicking with the eyes open and closing the eyes to Kelly.
Dat was nou enige dingen wat ons van gewys het, stoort het eraan of iets.
We gave an indication as to at least share, tell something.
Na die onderhoud toe Kelly mos nou weer terug na my ma se huis toe.
After this interview, she went back to my mother's.
Waarvan ek toe by die huis gebly het.
That's when I remained at my house.
Salise, would you say that Kelly and you are friends?
So he said that he and Kelly vrienders.
Ons het nou al gewoon geraak vir Kelly.
We became used to Kelly, my Lord.
Kelly was half soos my ma se kind, van Kelly was soos 'n elke dag daar.
Kelly was half like my mother's child because she was there every day.
En sy het ook aan na my huis toe gekom as sy iets nodig het dat sy kon vra.
And when she would also come to my house when she needed something, she would come and ask for.
Mense sal nou vra, het ek vir Kelly vertrou in my huis alleen? Ja, van Kelly was van hy mense. Sy het nooit gevat by my nie. Al was sy op druk, sy sal altyd gevra het, kan sy vir haar kinders brood maak of kan sy vir haar iets maak? Maar daar het nog nooit iets weggeraak toe sy alleen in die huis was nie.
People would ask us to trust Kelly in the house, and the answer would be yes, because she wouldn't take without permission. Nothing, Lord, I've lost nothing in the house with Kelly there. She would ask for permission if maybe she wants to make some bread for the kids or anything.
En Kelly was maar net 'n ma wat omgegee het vir haar kinders.
She
Almal
was just a mother
sê
who
nou
cared
klom
about the
goed
kids.
is,
A lot of people say a lot.
maar toe die kinders vir Rico geboelie het by die skool, Kelly het gegaan tot by die skool.
When Rickman was bullied at school, Kelly went to the school.
Kelly het ewens gegaan tot by die kinders se ouers.
She even went to the parents of those children.
Van sy gaan nie toesien dat iemand anders haar kinders boelie nie.
She wouldn't allow or see people bullying her children.
And from you knowing her, being so close to her, was she fighting just as hard as she did to protect Requin from bullying? In this instance, to find Joshlin.
Aangezien u so goed ken en sien u sê sy kon gaan praat en Requin so bully word, was het dezelfde geval in verband toe Joshlin vermis raak? Het sy dezelfde optrede gegeven?
Sy het gesoek, soos ek gesê het, sy het gedurende loadshedding, het sy geloop, sy het geskree.
She looked, my Lord, searched, even during load shedding, she would call out the name.
So sy het deur die bosse geloop om haar kind te soek.
She went through the bushes looking for a child.
That night.
The aunt.
Daai selfde nag
That
het sy,
same night.
daai was tussen 10 en 12.
That would be between 10 and 12.
Did I understand you correctly that you and Aunt Zulfa encouraged her to shed a tear during the interview?
Ek dink u moet verstaan dat u en Aunt Zulfa vir haar aangehitsig om 'n traan te stort gedurende die onderhoud.
Dis reg, ons het gesê sy moet daaraan stort.
Yes, my
Ons het haar
Lord,
gewys.
we told her, then we showed, we give a gesture to her to drop or to share a tear.
Do you know if Kelly was on any medication? And by medication I mean chronic medication.
Weet u of Kelly of enige medikasie was? Ek meen chroniese medikasie.
Nee, ek kan nie sê nie of sy op medikasie was nie.
No, I can't say whether she was on medication.
Maar hy Dinsdag aan wat sy vir my kon slaap, toe Natasha en ons my pille gegee. Ek moet
But that Tuesday night when she came to sleep at my place, then Natasha Edwards gave me some tablets.
ek moet net vir haar een pilletjie die aangee om te drink.
I must only give her one of the tablets that night to drink.
Dis nou die pille wat hulle by die dokter of by die kliniek gekry het, ek weet nie.
That would be the medication she got from the doctor or from the clinic, I don't know.
Did you give her the one tablet?
Het u toevallig een pil gegee?
Dis reg, ja, ek het.
Yes, I did.
And what happened to those tablets
Ek het
thereafter?
gewoon van die ander tabletten.
Ek het dit nog by my.
I'm still having them with me.
Do you know the name?
Weet jy die naam van die tablette?
Nee, is so 'n klein blou pilletjie, ek weet nie.
No, it's a small blue pill. I don't know.
My Lord, if you'll just bear with me for a second. I just want to be sure that I've covered everything. Your little girl, Skylar,
Die klein jongskogtertjie Skyler.
is almost the same age as Rachel. Is that correct?
Dieselfde ouderdom as Rachel Utrecht.
They are friends.
Hulle is vriende.
Skylar is 2, ek dink Rachel is 4.
Okay. 2 years difference.
2 jaar verskil. Yes, ma'am.
Why was it that you said that Kelly and Buddha should be split up, that they shouldn't stay together on that Tuesday?
Hoekom het u gesê Boeta en Kelly moet die tydens aanskei dat hulle nie moet met mekaar was nie? Hoekom het u dit gesê?
Omdat Buddha is die een wat regtig paraat is.
Because Boeta is not the person who usually speaks, my lord.
Kelly is altyd die een wat die paraat weer doen.
Kelly is the one who do most of the talking.
So Buddha paraat en as hulle wat Buddha gaan vra of goed is, dan gaan Kelly om net hy kyk gee soos hy altyd.
If you would ask Boeta a question, mostly Kelly would just give him that look.
Ongelukkig is Kelly nou net die mense wat nie haar mond hou nie. Sy gaan vir haar sê.
Unfortunately, Kelly is not a person who would keep her mouth. She would give her what she feels. She would give you what she feels. She would speak her mind.
Do you know Shakira?
Can you give us Shakira?
Nee.
No.
Shakira Hanif
Shakira Khalif
from Cape Town.
van Kaapstad. Ken jy Shakira Khalif van Kaapstad?
Van TikTok.
Op TikTok?
Shakes.
Ja.
Yes.
Did you contact Shakes, Shakira Hanif, to assist in this matter for the search of Shakes? Shakes, my lord. Shakes, I presume, the spelling. The correct name is Shakira Hanif. She is a witness. She is on the list of state witnesses.
No, I've got that. I saw the address, the person, the witness. I realized it was one of the only witnesses from Cape Town.
Yes, my lord.
Vir Shakira Khalif met die noemnaam Shakes geskakel met die soektog. En die hulp.
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
Net 'n korreksie, sy sal dit vir my gebeur.
Just a correction, my lord. Shakes and them called me.
Shakes en Shanae.
Shakes and Shanae.
Hulle het vir my geskakel.
They called me.
En daai was die Dinsdag aan.
That would be the Tuesday night.
Dit was net voor Benji hulle gekom het.
That was just before Benji and them arrived.
And there was then a call, a video call with numerous people, including Kelly Smith, who was in your house.
Dis reg, ja.
Verskillende mense was op die video call met Kelly Smith en so the rest. You can say that's correct, Mara.
That happened on the very same Tuesday, is that correct?
Dit gebeur dieselfde Dinsdag, dit reg?
Or if you're not, I see you look uncertain, if you're not sure.
Wie?
Of jy onseker voorkom.
Hulle het hy Dinsdag gebeur, maar ek kan nou nie presies onthou wat die dag het hulle weer gebeur nie. Toe hulle self met Kelly gepraat.
Okay.
They called it that Tuesday, my Lord. I just can't recall when they called again, where then they themselves spoke to Kelly.
All right. Did you see Kelly with a big shopping cart full of things? Can you tell us about that? Shopping cart. Inkopie mandjie, inkopie trolley.
Ek het Kelly gesien met 'n inkopie mandjie vol goedere. As dit die geval is, kan ek van daarvan vertel.
Dis reg, maar ek kan regtig die huidige recall van ons het nog by Shoprite gekry.
I can't recall really this day, my Lord, because we found her at Shoprite.
Toe my kinders nog gesê wat Kelly het nuwe skoene aan van hulle sê vir haar wat Kelly en ek 'n swart Kelly.
And then they said that white Kelly, they referred to as white Kelly, was wearing new shoes and referred to me as dark Kelly.
Van toe hulle nog so met haar hy gemaak. Toe sê sy nie, want toe vra ek nog wie se klomp kos is dit? Toe sê sy nie as Hanna, as haar kos. Ek kan nie meer onthou wat het sy gesê wie dit vir haar gekoop het.
They were still playing, fooling with her, my Lord. And then I wanted to know from her as to whose groceries it was. Then she said it was hers. I don't recall who did she mention bought the groceries for her.
When was this? Can you remember?
Wanneer was dit gewees, kan jy onthou?
Ek kan regtig nie meer onthou nie.
I can't remember anymore.
But was it after Joshlin went missing? Was it after the 19th of February?
Was dit na Joshlin gemis geraak het na die 19de Februarie?
Dis reg, ja, dit was nadat sy uit die Kaap uit gekom het.
Yes, my Lord. It was after also when she also came from Cape Town.
Want Temple Boys hulle almal was nog saam met haar daai dae by Shoprite. Temple Boys.
Temple Boys was with her at the Shoprite.
I also learned something through this case. So the Temple Boys, I believe, is a group of young men, and they sing, and the children, the young people, like them. Is my understanding correct? That's who the Temple Boys are?
Ek het ook iets toe geleer in verband met die saak so voortgegaan het, dat Temple Boys 'n sekere groep is wat gesing, jongmans wat sing, en die jong volk is toch baie gretig voor hulle. As dit is a krijg is so dit so plaas.
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct, my Lord.
Did you attend the church ceremony that was arranged in Dyersville on the Sunday, the 3rd of March, 2024? Did you attend this church service on Sunday, the 3rd of March, that was held in Deersville, specifically to pray for Joshlin?
Het u die diens, die kerkdiens bijgewoon op die 3de Maart Sondag in Deersville in verband om te bid vir Joshlin?
Ik het een dienst bijgewoon, maar ik kan nog niet precies onthou of het die eerste een was. Maar die een wat Temple Boys hulle by was ik glad niet daar nie.
Okay.
I attended a service, my Lord, one time, but the one with the Temple Boys, I was not present.
No, I'm specifically referring to the one with the Temple Boys on the 3rd of March. You did not attend.
Nee, ik het nie.
I did not attend. No.
Have you and Kelly ever had any fight, problem, quarrel, something that would cause you to want to get her into trouble?
Het u in Kelly geveg gehad, 'n bedgeveg?
Gekom, as ek iemand gesoek het om die jaard skoon te maak, dan het Kelly vir hom gevra om die jaard skoon te maak, maar hy was baie man.
I didn't see much of Buddha, my Lord. It would only be done when I need someone to clean the yard. Kelly would bring him. It was quite not a lot of times.
En as sy miskien nog besig was by my die dag, en Rasiel het geslaap, dan sal Buddha die kind opgebring het, as sy nog wakker geskrik het van dat ek bekende gevra was, Rasiel, dan sê sy, nee, Rasiel slaap nog, maar Buddha gaan haar bring as sy wakker, maar dan het hy die kind gebring.
Because if, let's for instance, Kelly would leave Rachel sleeping still, then I would ask where Rachel was, then Kelly would say, no, Buddha would bring Rachel up, and then he would bring him.
To your house where she was working?
Sy sou die kind aan die huis toe bring, maar as sy weerstaan was.
Dis reg, ja, of as sy by my ma is, dan het hy die kind tot daar gebring. As Kelly by my ma was, dan sou hy die kind tot daar geneem het.
Yes, my Lord, when she would be with me or at my mother's place, if he brings her up, if she's with me, then she would bring her to me, but if she's with my mother's, he would take her to my mother's.
And the last question, do you know accused number 2, Mr. Stefano van Rijn?
Ken u persoonlik Stefan van Rijn?
Ek ken nie vir hom nie,
I don't know him, my Lord.
maar net naam hoor,
Just
en
the
sien.
name and hearing and soul.
That's the evidence of this witness, my Lord.
Yes, Mr. Adamson. Certainly, certainly. I know there won't be any questions on behalf of accused number 2 because the witness says she doesn't know him. I suspect you won't be long, Mr. Adamson.
My Lord, I have no questions.
Yes. Thank you. Ms. Mkabai, any questions? Thank you. Mr. Sivnarayan? Shall we try and... I also suspect you're not going to be long with the witness.
I doubt that I will be very long, my Lord, but the witness has testified about a lot of things that was not contained in the statement, so I need to consult with
All right, so let's take the short adjournment now. Let's do it 20 minutes to give you sufficient time to also consult with Ms. Smith. And then you can get your next witness ready. So the moment Mr. Sivnarayan is done with his cross-examination, we can immediately flow into the next witness. So let's take a 20-minute adjournment instead of the customary 15 minutes to give you enough time.
Thank you, my Lord.
The court will adjourn. Thank you. You can get the witness. Thanks. Yes, thank you, Ms. Eagers. I have to remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Sivnarayan.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, can you tell us what qualifications, if any, do you have?
Eerder graad 12. En ik het...
Yes, you can catch your breath. I know you were running to the court. And anything else?
Ik het marketing. En ik is een gekwalificeerde traindriver. Qualified traindriver.
Anything else?
Niks.
Now, ma'am, would you agree with me that a lot of what you testified about today is not contained in either of the statements you made to the police?
Sal nie die saamstem wat u vandag van tegen die hof staan nie in een van die verklaringen dat u aan politie zal geven.
Van die goed is in die verklaring.
Some of them stuff is in the statement.
En van het het ek moes nog net gepraat wat het gebeur daai tyd.
And some of them I just mentioned as to what happened in the day.
Yes, and a lot about what transpired after Joshlin's disappearances and all the conversations with accused number 3 is nowhere in your statements. You agree with that?
And that's what was that from us. But he was like him and also the still like something.
Zeg weer?
Can you repeat that again?
Let me put it to you this way. Except for the discussion with accused number 3 the morning after Joshlin's disappearance regarding Marikana, everything else which you told us today about conversations with accused number 3 is not contained in either of your statements.
Dis reg, ja, van dit is hy. Maar maar soos die kamera en daai is in my verklaring.
The camera and the other is in my statement.
En daai wat ek soos in van my aantele, dit is maar net goed wat plaasgevind het, dis reg, ja.
And the issues about my auntie and them, it is just stuff which I spoke about.
Now, those parts which were not included in your statement, is there any reason why it was not included?
Soos hulle het nou net gevra wat het gebeur. Ek het nie soos in alles daai wat ek uitgelaat het, nie uitgelaat het nie. Ek het net gesê wat vir my gevra was, het ek opgekom en vir die polisman.
I just answered to what was asked from me, and then I told the police about it.
So when you were being interviewed initially, you did not tell the police all what you said today?
The eerste instansie toen die met die polisie, die one out of the die van die polisie van die ander vertel.
Hulle het nie soos in die gevra nie.
They didn't ask me that in that direction.
Maar ek het alles vir die ander speerders, soos in al die goed wat ek nou hier gepraat het ek vir Milk Stout hulle gesê.
And the other stuff which I just mentioned now, I told Milston and them. Milston and them.
Did they ever write down or record what you told them?
Het hulle neergeskryf wat ek van gesê het?
Nee, hulle het nie.
No, they did not.
Were you ever present when accused number 3 was advised by police officials that she should not get involved in the search for Joshlin?
Was die betrokke was die by gewees toe die polisie vir Adjournment nummer 3 sou adviseer om nie betrokke te raak in die soek vir Joshlin?
Dis reg.
That's correct.
Die een polisievrou het vir my gesê, ons moet vir haar weghou.
The one police lady told me that we should keep her away.
My instructions from accused number 3 is that's the reason why she stopped involving herself in the search for Joshlin.
Sy sê dit is die rede wat sy gestop het om te help in die soek vir Joshlin.
Dis reg, ja, ek weet daarvan.
That's correct, I know about it.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that with regard to the groceries which she had obtained from ShopRite, I'm instructed that she was able to make those purchases with money which she received from Gayton McKenzie.
Sy sê verder in haar, wat sy aan die sê, as probeer, die geld wat sy getrek het om die groceries te koop, as geld wat sy getrek by die mense in McKenzie.
Dis reg, ja, dit kan so, as sy het vir my gesê die naam, maar ek kon regtig nou nie meer onthou het wie sy gesê het, wie het vir die jaar gegeen.
That's correct, my lord. She might have mentioned the name, but I cannot recall when she told me that the person gave the money.
Just one moment. Did I hear you correctly that she did give you the name, but you couldn't recall it earlier?
Dis reg, ja, ek het dit voorheen gesê.
Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Thank you, my lord. I'm instructed that he had given her 1,000 rand, and that is where she obtained the money in order to purchase the groceries.
My instructie van haar was Adjournment nummer 3 dat hy vir haar duisend gegee. Dis hoe sy die geld gekry het om die groceries te koop.
Ek weet nie daai een nie, so ek kan nie sê nie.
I don't know about that. I won't be able to give you information.
I'm further instructed that he also purchased clothing for my client as well as her children.
Verder sê Adjournment nummer 3 hy vir haar verder klere gekoop en ook vir haar kinders.
Dit kan reg wees, want sy het gesê iemand het vir die klere gekoop.
That can't be correct, my lord, because she told me that someone bought the clothing for her.
And he further took her as well as her children to a Spur restaurant in Cape Town, which was actually recorded.
Hy het toe vir haar verder sê vir haar en haar kinders geneem na Spur restaurant in die Kaap wat opgeneem was.
Dus ik heb het maar op live gezien. Ik weet niet daarvan niet.
Yes, it's correct, but I also read on live. I don't know about.
My Lord, may I approach the accused? Thank you, my Lord. I've consulted. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sittenrein. Any re-examination? Thank you, Ms. You may be excused. If you want to sit before, you may do so. If you want to go home, you may also do so.
Thank you.
You can offset or you can
Thank you.
Next witness.
That is Siliziwe Mbambo, M-B-A-M-B-O. She is on the
Number
list of state
71.
witness, 71,
71.
my lord. And for the sake of my colleagues from the defense, A145.
Thank you. May I swear in the witness?
Please give your full name to the court.
amagama nefanele
Siliziwe Mbambo. Siliziwe Mbambo.
Siliziwe Mbambo.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Ikhona into obengaqanda ukuba ngafuna ukusizana.
Ayikho.
No objection, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand.
Uyafunga ke konke ukuchaza kuzoba inyani yodwa, inyani kuzakwenza njalo. Right side to the tick.
And say, I do so help me God.
I do so help me God.
Witness is one thing, madam.
Thank you, Ms. Mbambu. You may be seated.
My lord, I apologize. I did specifically raise the issue of the media with the witness. She informed that she wishes that her image not be portrayed.
On what basis? I can see from the address on the witness list that she's a public official.
She is indeed, my lord. The only basis that she could provide me with is that although she is on social media, on Facebook, it is a private listing. In other words, it's only to her own friends on Facebook, just for her own security and for her own family privacy and her child and her family members. That's the only reason. But she indicated that if the court ruled that the media is allowed, then she will abide by that decision.
Is the witness here in her official capacity?
She is, my lord.
Then I'm not going to place a bar.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Just Ms. Mbambu, we have to translate your evidence into English for the court record and for counsel, but also into Afrikaans for the community and the accused. So just pace yourself with Mr. Blow. He will indicate to you when you can proceed, to give him sufficient opportunity to do the translations.
Noted.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
As the court pleases, my lord. Ms. Mbambo, can you please state your qualifications and experience for record purposes?
Awuchazele inkundla yakho, inkundla lemama nemfundo yakho kunye nomama wakho.
Ndingunontlalo-ntle osebenzela isebe leze social development.
Social worker employed by the Department of Social Development as social worker for the Land Fund. It's couple of
Die
Maatskaplike dienste.
die fumene i-degree yam e-Nelson Mandela University
Nelson Mandela University. I achieved my degree at Mandela University.
ndiyifumene ngo-2017 ukuyigqiba.
In 2017, I received it. I got a degree at the year 2017.
However, iconfirmwe ngo-2018 the 24th of April.
That was the first of in April.
24th of April.
24th of April
2018.
2018.
Yes, my lord.
It was now confirmed on the 24th of April 2018.
My apologies, my lord. There's an echo that's terribly. It seems as if it's better now. Thank you. We'll try.
So, which degree was that?
Yeye isistanga sesandla.
Isidanga endisitholisileyo ibe sisidanga sobunontlalontle.
It is degree in social working. As a graad in maatschappelijke werk.
Phambi kokuba ndisebenze social development bendisebenza Adjournment Center for
Before
women.
I worked at Department of Social Development. I was employed at the SAC Department. Before ik bij de diensten van het maatschappelijke diensten gewerkt heb, heb ik gewerkt bij SAC Department.
Ndisebenze Adjournment Center uqala ngo-2018 July.
From 2018 in July, vanaf 18 Juli.
Ndaze ke ndahlukana Adjournment Center ukufumana kwam umsebenzi kwa social development ngo-20.
Toen SAC Department verlaat, toen ik nog werk kreeg bij de maatschappelijke diensten. I left the SAC Department when I got a job at social development.
Can I interrupt you there? Are you also registered as a social worker?
Ubhalisiwe mina njenge-social worker.
Ndibhalisiwe njengonontlalontle kwi-council yonontlalontle.
Geregistreerd als maatschappelijke diensten.
Maatskaplike werker.
Werker.
And since when have you been registered?
Ukurejistarisha kwam kwakungo-2018 phambi kokuba ukuqala kwam uphangela.
I
Lo
was
nyaka
registered in
ndiphangela.
2018 before I resumed working. Ik was geregistreerd in 2018 voor ik begon werken.
All right. And the work that you did at Sarki Bartman Center, that was also social work.
Pesa department usemsebenzi womntu nontlalontle.
Adjournment Center bendingunontlalontle kwicandelo labantwana.
Yet I was at SAC Department, a social worker at the department dealing with children. Ik was maatschappelijke werker bij SAC Department, waar ik toen met kinders bezig was.
Right.
Umsebenzi ebesiwenza ubungafani nowa kwa social development.
The job we performed at SAC Department was not the same as the social development. Het was eenzelfde taak bij SAC Department dat ik nog bezig was, meer bezig was met maatschappelijke diensten.
Injongo zokuba nditsho ku
The reason for me saying that, my lord,
so injongo yokuba nditsho is because Adjournment Center Child Protection Unit is not a designated organization. So services services provider were not designated services.
die dienst wat ons daar verrig was nie, dienste wat designated was nie.
And I know we don't.
Just to complete the picture. I know what the SAC Department Center does, but maybe just for the record, if the witness can tell us what the center does, how they operate, and so forth. It might be relevant later on, having listened to some of the evidence yesterday.
Kayichazeleke ukuba eli candelo SAC Department benza umsebenzi besebenza njani.
Adjournment Center ndizawuthi ihausa abantu abangoomama abahlukunyeziweyo nabantwana.
It house abused women and children.
The one-stop shelter,
As witness say, it's a one-stop shelter.
i-services ebiza provider ngexesha ebendisasebenza khona
Dienste wat gegee was tot dit daar werksaam was hier.
included residential services for clients,
Dit was selfs die residential
Verblyf.
verblyf soeken.
But you must remember to interpret in English.
It was for residential visits as well.
Residential service.
Services.
ezinye zenkonzo ebeziprovidwa yiSachi Batman Center were inkonzo ezinikezwa kwabantu abasebenzisa iziyobisi.
The other services from South Department to assist people who are abusing drugs. Die ander dienste wat South Department verrig het, was om te help met mense wat met dwelmmisbruik.
Ezinkonzo kubantu abasebenzisa iziyobisi ibizinkonzo ezingavulelekanga kubantu bangaphandle kodwa kwabantu abahlala ngaphakathi, meaning the residents of iSachi Batman, the clients.
These services of drug abuse would not be available for people from outside, but for inpatients. The residents, as the witness would say, hierdie dienste vir mense van dwelmmisbruik sou nie gebruik word vir mense van buite nie, maar die mense wat wel gevestig is op die perseel.
Ezinye i-services ke included ukunikeza counseling kubantu aba-traumatized for any various reasons.
The other services would be give counseling for different diseases. Mense sal berading kry for trauma and other sickness.
Bezivuleleke ke kubantu abangomama
Was available for women
kwaye nasebantwaneni
and to children,
apho bendisebenza khona.
where I was working.
But then, thank you, my lord. But then in October of 2020, you were employed by the Department of Social Development, so you became a public official and you started working at DSD Saldanha office. Is that correct?
Ngomhla ka-October 2020, wafumana waxesha wena apha kwa-social development apha eSaldanha, njalo?
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. It was to aangeneem het werk gekry as 'n maatskaplike werker by my kakkersdienste Saldanha.
And is it further correct that you are still so employed at the Saldanha office?
Kusenjalo na ngoku.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's still the position that is still in geval.
Now, that being said, you only personally was involved with the Smith family at the time of the disappearance of Joshlin. Is that correct?
Ingaba wena ube nento okwenza kunye nefamily yakwaSmith ngeli xa ulahleka ngalo Joshlin ungaba?
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. Ek het betrokke geraak met die Smith gesin tyd toe Joshlin vermis raak.
Can you tell us, in the Department of Social Development, and more specifically in the Saldanha office, whenever a specific family or a specific person is attended to, services are rendered for such a person, what is the process? Is there a file opened? What happens?
Khawuchazeleke inkundla ingaboni benantsela kuqala seSaldanha. Masithi mhlambi kukhona mhlambi isikhalazo mhlambi lethile kufanele nilandele mhlambi ngefamily ethile. Inqubo enithi kufanele nilandela yeyiphi? Uvula ifile okanye nenze njani?
Indlela esisebenza ngayo kwa social development, particularly ndiza kuthetha ke ngale ndawo sendisebenze kuyo iSaldanha.
I'll mention especially the place here in Saldanha, the way that we are performing our duties, the manier hoe ons ons werk gerig, voornamelijk in Saldanha area.
Kwaye le ndlela ndizawuthetha ngayo ixhomekeka kuncedo oludingekayo kwelo khaya, kulo mntu okanye kulo mntana.
And it will depend, my Lord, as to assistance or help needed by that person, from that area, by that community. Dit sal afhang van watter dienste die persoon sou verlang, vanaf 'n persoon in die bedien, gemeenskap of 'n gesin.
Ukuba mhlawumbi ndenze umzekelo,
If I can make an example,
kufika umntu ezokuchaza ngokuhlukumezwa komntana.
as 'n persoon bijvoorbeeld kom aanmeld dat 'n kind sou mishandel word, if a person would come and say and report about the abused child,
Kuqale kuchazwe ingxaki,
firstly the problem would be we be told about the problem. The problem sal is openbaar word.
kuye ke kugcwaliswe imininingwana yomntu nengxaki kwingxelo.
Particulars of the person will be taken, and then the report would also be jotted down. Die besonderhede van die persoon sal geneem word en die navraag sal ook neergeskryf word.
Ngxelo leyo igcwaliswa ngokwemigaqo siseko yakwa social development.
That information would be done in the same as the Constitution of Social Development. Hierdie navraag sal gedoen word in verband met die Constitusie van die Departement van Maatskaplike Werk.
Ukuzama ke ukutsho kukuthi xa kufika umuntu omtsha kuye kucomplete iforms ezizi norms and standards zaka social development.
To make an example, my Lord, if a new person comes, forms of norms and standards of social development will be filled in. As a persoon bijvoorbeeld, een nieuwe persoon komt, normen en standaarden van het departement van maatschappelijk werk zal ingevuld worden.
Ukuqhubekeka ke kwicala lohlukumezo lwabantwana,
If we proceed now in the position of the abused child,
unontlalontle unyanzelekile agcwalise okanye lo mntu waziswe ngokuhlukumeza umntana unyanzelekile agcwalise iform ekuthiwa nguform 22.
The social worker or the person who the report was made to about this abuse must fill in form 22.
Form 22
of die maatskaplike werker, 'n persoon wat hierdie klag sou ontvang, moet 'n vorm invul, die gedeses vorm 22.
Uform 22 lowo kwakunye neform ecompletiweyo enemininingwana yomntu ebezokuchaza nomntu lo ufoma isubject yale ngxelo ibizisiwe ku social development, uye unikwe umphathi wonontlalontle okanye umphathi wonontlalontle okanye social auxiliary workers.
This form 22 and the document with the particulars of the person and the report done will be given to the head of social development or, as the witness says, manager of auxiliary services. Hierdie vorm 22 en hierdie besonderhede van die persoon, die klag of die navraag sal aangegee word aan die hoof van departement van maatskaplike dienste.
Mhlawumbi ukunika umzekelo sithetha ngesupervisor yonontlalontle.
To make an example, we're talking about the supervisor of the social workers. Dit sou die bestuurder van die maatskaplike werkers wees.
Uye ke uthunyelwe ukuba akukho file ekhoyo ngalo mntu kujongwe kwi-central registry.
If there's no file about the person, then the witness says they would look at the central registry. Die getuie sê as daar nie 'n verleer is van die persoon sal kyk na sentraal registreer.
Umphathi ke aye acele ukuba ifile ivulwe ukuba ifile ayikho.
As daar nie 'n leer is, sal die hoof sal verstaan dat 'n leer moet geopen word. If there's no file opened, then the supervisor would now ask for the file to be opened.
zakube ke zenziwe imfaneleko ze-registry ifile iye ibuyele kwi-supervisor yawube ivuliwe.
Everything immediately the registry is done, the file goes back to the supervisor. As alles so gedoen word in die centrale registreer, word die gaan geleerd dat is na die supervisor.
Xa ibuya ke isiya kwi-supervisor, usupervisor uye ayi-allocate okanye ayinike unontlalontle ozawusebenza ngayo.
Nadat die hoof so gekyk het na die leer, dat sal dit toegaan word na maatskaplike beperker wat daarin sal moet bedien. After this has been sent to the supervisor, then he would allocate the file to a social worker.
Is there something wrong?
It's a cockroach. Ukuba ke kwezinye i-circumstances kanye instances kuye kufumaniseke uba ifile seyikhona.
In some instances, if we found out there's already a file, as of each one that as it gevind word as klaar alleen.
Iverifayiwe ke loo nto kwi-registry office.
Verifieer word op die registry. If that's already verified from the register.
Kuye ke kucelwe ukuba ifile inikezwe i-supervisor kuzokufakwa kuye kunikezwe amaphepha kwi-registry kufakwe ingxelo ifile ibuyiselwe kwi-supervisor ukuze usupervisor ayi-allocate kunontlalontle okanye i-social auxiliary worker.
All documentation verified in the registry will be sent to the supervisor. Supervisor now would allocate that file to a social worker. That's a verifieer word deur die supervisor en de documenten daarin, dan zal hij dat doen aan maatschappelijke werker voorhandig.
Can I just ask, this registry that you're referring to, is that an electronic register?
Le register tsangayo mhlambi molto bathaza ngesingisi electronic.
Kwixesha elingaphambili besisebenza nge-files ngamaphepha.
We used to work on files and documents. Also the forum documenten papieren gewerkt.
Isebe kodwa lezontlalontle ngoku luseluphulweni lokuba zonke izinto zisebenze electronically.
The department has developed. They decided everything works electronically. The department had to groei. Dat we alles besluit dat alles elektronisch zo gedoen wordt.
Ukunaba kabanzi kuvulwe i-system esiyibiza ngokuba ngu-SWIMS.
A system has been opened now, my lord, to add more, which is called SWIMS. Sekere stelsel is toe gestig, wat hulle met die Engelse naam sal noem SWIMS.
Ndicela ukulungisa ngu-SWIMS.
SWIMS.
As in swimming.
SWIMS is on swim.
USWIMS ke lowo unazo zonke amaphepha ekumele unontlalontle okanye i-social auxiliary worker iwa-complete xa kufika i-client entsha.
This system has all the documents which need to be filled out when a new application comes in.
Ukuyotsho
Die documenten so behels word in the SWIMS, wat volgemaakt wordt als de eerste persoon gekomen.
Ukuyokutsho kwingxelo unontlalontle ayicompleteayo ukuba yingxelo kufuneke ayenzile eya kumantyi.
Up to the report which the social worker is supposed to compile, especially if the report is supposed to must go to a magistrate. As sekere verslag moet gedoen word deur die maatskaplike werker. Vernaam is hierdie verslag moet voor 'n landros gaan.
That is now the magistrate who would be the commissioner of the children's court, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
That's correct. That's what die landros is die commissaris van die kinderhof.
USWIMS ke lona umiselwe kunyaka ophelileyo.
SWIMS was introduced last year. SWIMS is bekendgestel verlede jaar.
Ekuqaleni kwe-financial year.
Beginne van die nuwe finansiële jaar. Beginning of the new financial year, man, is what it says.
Kwixesha elingaphambili ke zonke ii-files beziye zisebenze via amaphepha.
Previously, we used to, all the files would consist of documents.
So, at the start of the financial year, last year, was all the information contained in the old files then saved electronically, or was it just a new start? From there on, everything will be done electronically.
Ingaba kusela kunyaka opheleleyo kunyaka omtsha kuyamali ingaba into bezindala like i-files ezi sizafaka na kule system intsha okanye niqale ngqa kule system intsha ningafaka i-files indala.
Iifayile ezindala bezingafakwanga kunyaka ophelileyo kwisystem entsha, koko bekufakwe ii-cases ezintsha eziripotwa kwa-social development.
The old files was not put into this new system. New applications was put into the system. The old layers was still using system and the plastic, but never still so for never unsuper.
Kodwa ke uqala kulonyaka kubekho uphulo lokuba zonke ii-files ezindala kwaye ebezimiselwe zi-active or open kunyaka ekumiselwe ngayo uSwims zifakiwe ngoku ku-Swims nee-documents ezikhona.
But what happened, my Lord, now this year, documents which were still open and active were put in the system of Swims. Maar wat wel gebeurde is, het begin van hierdie jaar was documenten wat nog open was wat de TSC, wat nog actief was in hierdie stelsel geplaatst.
Active ngexesha lika-April 2024.
Actief gedurende die periode April 2024. Active during the period of April 2024, my Lord.
Oluphulo ke kumele kezelekile lugqityezelwe xa kuphela le nyanga sikuyo.
That process now need to be finalized at the end of this year, of this month, for the new financial year. Hierdie proses moet voltooi word einde van hierdie maand.
So let us get to, thank you for that explanation. I now understand the process. But let us get to this case. So you only became personally involved February 2024. At that stage, was it possible for you to access the files of the past relating to the Smith family?
Wena uqala ngokwenzeke kulonyaka malunga necala eli ufuna uqonda ngelixesha ke ube uyaqala ke malunga nale family le ukwazile na ufumana ii-files zeminyaka ngaphambili malunga nefamily yakwaSmith.
Isicelo saye safakwa kumphathi obendiphethe ngela xesha.
A request was done to my supervisor. Anfra was
kwaye ke ifayili wayifumana eregistry xa eyoyicela.
When he made inquiries about this file as a registry, he got hold of the file. Toen aanvraag gedoen bij de centrale registreerder tegen die leer gekregen.
And that was allocated to you?
Ja, bij mij is dat ook.
Konjalo.
It was allocated to me. My Lord must plan weer allokeren.
So, just to be sure, is my understanding correct that everything that the social worker does, any services rendered, any reports made, those are captured in the file? If we're now speaking of the past, before the new electronic register, everything, every document, every report made, every service rendered is captured in the file. Is that correct?
Ingaba ngikho kakuhle na xa usithi uthi yonke into malunga mhlambe nisithi mhlambe usakuthini mhlambe kube kwisicelo kwaba kwingxelo kwaba kwisikhalazo social worker ke yona yenza zonke kufuneka izenzile yonke loo nto elandelela umsebenzi lowo ubhala ingxelo wabhala nenantsilefa kwamuqhubeko zabo zonke zifuna kufayela.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. Alles wat so oorgedra was aan 'n verleer, wat oorgedra was aan die maatskaplike gewerke, sal in 'n leer geplaas word.
So, when all of this was now allocated to you, February 2024, you received the physical files. Is that correct?
Ilonke ke ngale mini ke kubekwe nyathaphazeleka ngoFebruary 2024 wafumana konke kule file inikezela wena kunjalo.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. Alles wat aan die leer sou wees toe dit nou allokeer was, het ek toe gekry.
And is it correct that you were requested to draft a report of all the services that had been rendered, everything that happened in relation to the Smith family?
Ingaba wacela lento ba wenze ngengxelo malunga una wonke umsebenzi nalonke uncedo olwanikelwa le family kaSmith.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay.
Ek was toe gevra om alle verslag te gee in verband alle dienste wat so verrig was aan die Smith gesin.
And it would also include your personal involvement with this matter.
Kwaye nitsaphazela kwakho wena mqhubako malunga nalo mba.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. Dis reg so julle, die persoonlike.
All right. So we have that report, and that is what I would like for you to please testify about. Tell the court about that, because you need to explain to us that we understand. So you can start.
Dit is 'n verslag wat ek vir iemand aan die hof opgetuig en verband met die verslag by ons. You need uzawuthi ufuna ke uyifunde kanjani uchaze lo malunga ke into yenzileyo malunga ke nalena
And purely for record purposes, those files, all of those documents, they are still available. You have access to them.
Onke la maqheku asekhona ungakwazi ukufumana xa ufuna.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. Dis reg so. Die dokumente is nog beskikbaar.
Okay, so you can start with, and I know your report says February 2015, but you indicated that that should be corrected, that year date is incorrect. The correct date reflected is something else. Start there and tell us about that, please.
Ukhona ke impazamo eyenziweyo ke ngathi apha bathi February 2015 uchazela ukuthi kukhona impazamo ke ngiyalungisa loo ndawo leyo aqala kuloo ndawo leyo. Daar was toe voorbegaan met die jaar getal 2015. Jy het gesê dit is nie reg en verkeerd kan nie daar begin maar dit moet so reg stel.
Njengolwantlolontle ke ukubuyela mva kwifile apho iqale ukuvulwa kwa social development.
To go back to the file when was opened at social development, om terug te gaan na die leer wat toe geopen was by die maatskaplike dienste.
Kuvulwe ifile ngoFebruary.
A leer was open in February. A file was opened in February.
Nge-15.
On the 15th. 15th.
In 2016.
2016. It was in 2016, man.
Ifile ke le ibivulwa ngenjongo zokucela inkonzo.
This file was opened with the understanding that certain services were wanted. The leer was to open was navraag gedoen oor sekere dienste wat benodig was.
Can I just interrupt you there for a second, please? My Lord, this report is available, and as indicated, it is filed as A145. I do, however, wish the witness to testify about it because she would be able to explain. I'm merely inquiring at this stage whether there would be any objection to this specific report being admitted into evidence as an exhibit so that the court could actually be in a position to follow the testimony as it is given.
Let me hear from Mr.
Ms. Mkabai, Mr. Sivnarine.
My Lord, may I approach accused?
Certainly.
Thank you, my Lord. I've consulted and we have no objection.
Thank you. It will be exhibit Q, if I have it correctly.
Indeed, my lord, that is the next exhibit. And I just want to formally place on record then the testimony would then correct the date here noted as 15 February 2015 to be actually 15 February 2016. So it's incorrectly recorded as the witness has testified, my lord.
Before you proceed with the report, I just have a question of the witness. It's a report with the letterhead of the Department of Social Development, marked A145, and consists of 3 pages, being digitally signed off by the witness on 10/12/24. No, at 23/9/2024 at 10/12/24, so 12 minutes past 10. Also digitally signed by acting supervisor at the time. Ms. Mbambu,
My Lord.
before you read out the report, I take it you understand you're under you're here under subpoena.
Kunjalo, my Lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And irrespective of your ethical rules of non-disclosure, that should you be asked questions about aspects in respect of which you hold ethical rules of non-disclosure, that you are here under subpoena and therefore you may testify.
Kunjalo, my Lord.
That's correct.
But having said that, if there is any aspect that you feel uncomfortable with, of over and above the report to disclose, you can just bring it to our attention.
Kongelekile, my Lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vanako.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Ngokwengxelo ke ebendiye esiye sayidrafta
In connection with the report we drafted for the verslag wat ons opgestel het,
ikhaya lakwaSmith laziwe ngo-2016 February
the house, the family Smith became known on 6th of February 2016. Die gesin van Smith het bekend geraakt in Februari 2016.
Ke 15 usuku.
15e dag.
Kwingxelo ke endibhalileyo nomphathi wam.
The report which I recorded and my supervisor, the verslag wat ek aan my
Toesighouer.
geschreven
Ichaza ukuba umama uSmith ebesebenzisa iziyobisi.
This report contains that Mrs. Smith was using some drugs. Hierdie verslag sal bewys dat kom op dat Juffrou Smith sou girls breaker.
Umntwana wakhe omdala ebehlala nomakhulu kaMiss Smith umama.
The eldest son was staying with the mother of Miss Smith. De oudste seun het met die moeder van Juffrou Smith gewoon.
Ichaza also ukuba umama uSmith kwakukhankanywa ukuba ukhulelwe ngomnye umntana.
It also came from the report that was understanding that Mrs. Smith was pregnant with another child. Dit het ook opgekom dat Juffrou Smith verwachting was met 'n ander pa.
Just I'm looking at the report. So in 2016, she was pregnant with another child.
In 2016 we kon hom nie dan.
Kunjalo my lord.
That's correct. Dis reg so in 2016. Dit sê verwag. Dit sê ander baba verwag.
Ndiyafuna ke ukutsho my lord ukuba ndithathe ixesha ndabuyela umva ndayobuyela kwingxelo after ndiye ndahlala ne-council izolo.
I just want to tell court that I went back to this report after I said a meeting with council.
Kwingxelo
Ek het gister vergadering gehad met die council. Gister het ek probeer vraag in verband met hierdie staatsonderwys met hierdie verslag.
kwimibuzo ke yakhankanywa kwanyanzeleka ndibuyele umva ndiyokubuyela kwifile.
En vraag wat gevra was aan my colleagues het toe veroorsaak dat ek teruggaan na die leer. Questions asked to me by council made me to go back to the file.
Kwaye ke ndibhale ngosuku nosuku for mna izinto ezireflectwa kwifile.
And then I had to record daily issues which reflect on the file. Ek moes daglikse goedere skryf wat op die leer wat in die leer geskryf.
Ndiqwalasele ke kwezinye zezinto ezikhankanyiweyo.
I take note of some stuff which has been mentioned. Ek het notice gevat in sekere faktore wat van gepraat was.
Ndafumaniseka ukuba
I found out ek het gevind
nokuba kubhaliwe nje kwingxelo esiyisubmithileyo esithi umama uSmith bekuzocelwa inkonzo.
Although there was a request that there were certain services asked for Ms. Smith, alhoewel die geval is waar sekere dienste so gevra was in verband met Juffrou Smith.
Inkonzo ziye zacelwa kwixesha eligqithileyo. Prior to lonto bekufike umakhulu kaMama uSmith ngala February 2016.
This services was asked. Prior to this, the grandmother Mrs. Smith came to make such a request.
Umama uSmith ke ebethethile ebechaza ukuba umzukulwana wakhe umama kaJoshlin.
The grandmother to Joshlin said, that is the mother to accused number 3, die oma van Joshlin, die ma van beskuldigde nummer 3, het volgende gesê.
Ndizawuphinda nditsho kwakhona umakhulu kaMiss Raquel Smith.
Dit is die oma van Raquel Smith.
Oma van Kelly, Raquel Kelly Smith, oma van beskuldigde 3.
Oma grandmother of Raquel, then Kelly. That is the Ma van Kelly, the Oma.
The maternal grandmother of Miss Kelly Smith.
Oma van Kelly.
Ouma van Kelly.
Oma van Kelly.
Ouma grootjie van Joshlin.
Groot oma van Joshlin. Groot grootjie van Joshlin.
Ucele ufike ezokukhanganya ukuba umzukulwana wakhe besebenzisa iziyobisi.
She came and said her grandchild was using drugs.
Iziyobisi ezo ebekucala kucaba kudala ezisebenzisa kuyiminyaka.
It appears that this document, these drugs, has been using them for quite a long time. It has been years. There are two people that say it develops and records for a long time. It's no yard.
Kwelo thuba kucacile ukuba umama uMiss Smith, according to i-file contents, ebe ehlukumeza uRequeen.
As far as that is concerned, I want the information from the file was that Miss Smith was abusing her quill.
Not
Just a moment.
But the players also that the Ma van Recolleton Zano.
Wait a bit.
Just one moment.
What's the name?
Just one moment. I have the report in front of me. I also have the summary of substantial facts. So I know and I hear the name given by the witness. And it's not Requel or Rachel, because that's the younger girl's name, but rather the boy, Requin. That's how I understand the evidence.
Indeed, my lord.
Because the interpreter was saying with an L.
That's why I was saying, what's the name?
Yeah. So let me just understand the evidence, because the evidence now, Ms. Swanepoel, is a bit wider than what's in the report. The report seems to be a summary.
Yes.
The evidence of the witness now gives a bit more substance to the facts. The report is a summary.
Yes.
And she's correcting certain things, if I understand correctly, Ms. Mbambo.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. Mr. Suyelova.
So I want to backtrack so that they understand the evidence the way I have it. The initial approach to the department was made by Miss Smith's grandmother.
That's right.
That was way back in 2016. And she had a concern that her grandchild, accused number 3, was abusing substances. And that led to the neglect of the young boy, Requin.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's how I have it.
Indeed, my lord.
This confirms, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Ukunaba kabanzi ke kwi-file contents.
Add more as far as the file content.
Oh. Ngolu suku lange 15 kaFebruary 2016.
On this day of the 15th of February 2016,
Umakhulu
the grandmother,
umakhulu waye wakhankanya ukuba umama ebe neglecta umntana wakhe omdala.
the grandmother said that the mother was neglecting the elder child. The mother said that the mom knew
Kwaye kukhanganywe kwi-report ekhoyo that ebemthuka lo mntana.
In the report, it contains that she was swearing as a child, and the vanslag het voorkom dat sy kind gevloek het.
kwaye ingathi kusithiwa uyathreatenisha ukuba uzamhlaba.
It also contains that she threatened that she was going to stab him. They also felt that sy hom gedreig het dat sy hom sou steek.
Kukhona nengxelo kwakule ngxelo inye kukhanganywe ukuba umama uSmith, which is umama kaJoshlin.
And further in this report, my Lord, something else is added in far as the mother of Joshlin.
Kusithiwa ebethreatenisha uku-assaulta umakhulu.
The report says that states that she threatened that she was going to assault the grandmother. Hierdie verslag sê verder dat sy die ouma sou gedreig het, dat sy die ouma sou aanval.
Kuye ke kwaphinda kwarekhodwa kwifile.
There was further recorded in this file, that's further weer aangebring op die leer.
Kwangolu suku lunye ukuba
On this same day that, op dezelfde dag dat,
umakhulu kaMs Raquel Smith,
the ouma van Ms. Smith,
wayeza yokuvula lento kuthiwa yi-protection order.
say so, a scandal fell so and open it. She was going to open a protection order.
Unonhlalonhle ke uye walandela.
The social worker followed this up. The maatskaplike werker het dit opgevolg.
After olusuku lokuqala uMrs Rachel Smith ebefike e-ofisini.
The day after Mrs. Rachel Smith came to the office, that is the dag na mevrouw Rachel Smith by die kantoor opgedag het.
Amasuku mandithi agqithileyo after nge-24
That is the days after the 24th.
kaFebruary 2016.
Dus daarna, die 24 Januari 2016.
Februarie.
24 Februari 2016. Sorry.
KuFebruary 2016 kukhanganye kwathiwa kwifile.
In February 2016, the following was mentioned in the file. On February 2016 was the following and declared.
Unonhlalonhle besebenza ngefile ngelo xesha waye wafollowisha up nomakhulu kaMs Smith.
The grandmother, the social worker followed up with the grandmother of Mrs. Smith. The ouma van Mevrouw Smith is maatschappelijk diensten of werker het dit opgevolgd met die ouma.
Ngokobimiselo ke ebeyimbisile umama uSmith efuna uqonda ukuba ude wakwazi na ukuvula i-protection order.
She followed up after she wanted to know from Mrs. Smith, could she open or apply for a protection order? Sy wou uitvind of Mevrouw Smith beskikbaar bevel toe gekry het of geopen het.
Waye ke wafumaniseka unontlalontle ukuba umama ebezocela uncedo uhambile use-Northern Cape uyovizithela intombi yakhe engumama kaMs Smith.
The social worker found out that the lady came to make application for this services manual, has left, went to Northern Cape to visit
The maternal her daughter, the biological mother of Ms. Raquel Smith.
The witness gave the evidence in English, so you can just translate it into Afrikaans. The way I understood it is, it was the grandmother of accused number 3, Ms. Smith, that did the report. She was going to apply for a protection order. So a week later, social worker followed up. Then she found out that the person who came to the office, the grandmother of accused number 3, had left for the Northern Cape to visit her daughter, who is the mother of Ms. Smith. That's how the way I followed it.
Maatschappelijke werker het opgevolgd in verband met die opening van die beschermingsbevel. Toen zij heeft gevonden dat die oma van Mevrouw Smith is nummer 3 as toe weg Noordkaap waar sy die ma van Juffrou Smith sou gaan besoek.
Kunjalo my lord.
Correct?
Ekuthetheni kwakhe unontlalontle ukhanganye kwireport ayibhalileyo ukuba
The social worker mentioned in the report that the maatskaplike werker het die volgende verslag gesê.
umakhulu wakhanganya ukuba uza kuhlala inyanga ezintathu 3 months eNorthern Cape.
The grandmother to Miss Smith said she was going to stay in the Northern Cape for 3 months. Die oma van Juffrou Smith sou in die Noordkaap vertoef vir 'n tydperk van 3 maande.
Kukwakhanganya apha kwifile ukuba umakhulu esithi ufuna ukuthatha uRequeen Smith under icare yakhe.
It further came out that in the report that the grandmother to Miss Smith wanted to take her queen under her care. Dat het volgens keer opgekom hier naar buiten dat die oma van Juffrou Smith over kon neem van haar afzorg.
Kodwa ke ebekhanganye ukuba uza kuyo consulta nonontlalontle base Northern Cape.
But she said she was going to consult with the social workers of the Northern Cape. Sy sou met die maatskaplike werkers van die Noordkaap daaroor praat.
So do I understand this correctly that when she left to the Northern Cape, Requeen was left with accused number 3, with his mother?
Ingaba nibakakuhle na ngeli xesha ke umakhulu kama bestablishe Northern Cape. uRequeen sheke mamakhe.
Umntana kwifile content ebenaye umakhulu ngela xesha. Umntana ebenomakhulu eNorthern Cape ngela xesha.
The child was with the grandmother in the Northern Cape at that stage.
Thank you.
Requeen was in Noordkaap met die oma op daardie stadium.
Ukukhabela banzi
To add more, my lord, hier later voeg.
kubonakeleke kwifile ebendiyifunda
From the file which I read, one of the letters that was gelezen,
umphathi wonontlalontle supervisor ukutsho
my toesighouding by die maatskaplike dienste, my supervisor at social development,
ngelo xesha
at the stage of that study,
wakhupha instruction ukuba ifile iphende eregistry.
instruction was given that this file be sent back to registry. Dat hierdie leerling teruggestuur na registrasie.
Kusukela kwaye ihlale umgama from 2017 31st January 2017 ihlale until 31st January 2017.
That file must remain at the registry until 31st of January 2017.
Kunjalo.
Die leer sou gewerk word by registrasie tot op Januarie 2017.
July 2018
In Julie van 2018, July 2018, my lord,
may I also make a correction 2017 my lord.
let me rest a little about 2017, July 2017.
Usuku lwesithathu kuJuly
3rd day in July, 3rd day July,
Sorry, so is it 3rd July 2017?
yes.
Yeah.
3rd day July 2017.
Ifile ke yaphinda ya-allocatewa kunontlalontle
This file was allocated again to the social worker. The leer was to be allocated on a separate worker.
social auxiliary worker manditsho my lord
Social auxiliary worker, you can say here.
ukuba mayiyokujonga ukuba zikhona na ii-services ezidingekayo kwikhayeni.
That he or she must go and see if any services were needed at this premises or at this family. Hy or sy moes gaan kyk of daar enige dienste nodig word by hierdie gesin.
Esi sicelo ke besicelwa based on initial contact yefamily.
Hierdie was gedoen toe hulle eerste in kontak getree het met die gesin. This was done in the initial contact with the family. That's what the said.
unontlalontle ke uye walandelela eyoqonda ukuba ingaba yonke into na isengendlela okanye lukhona na uncedo oludingekayo.
The social worker followed it up, my lord, to see whether is there anything needed. The maatskaplike dienste werkers toe daarheen om te vind waar enige dienste nodig word.
Ndicela ubuyela umva ukuthi uno-social auxiliary worker yayinguye wayephethe ifayile ngelo xesha.
Social auxiliary worker was the one with the file with him, and let's say with her or with him on the stage.
U-social auxiliary worker ke wathetha nomakhulu.
She spoke to the grandmother and said, Oma.
Wakhankanya ke umakhulu nyani ukuba uhlala nomntana uRequeen.
Then the mother confirmed that I'm residing with Requeen, the child. The Oma took first that they blame it. Requeen.
Esitsho ukuba umama lo kaRequeen umkhuphile endlini yakhe kuba esebenzisa iziyobisi.
Then she said she kept Requeen's mother out of the house, of her house, because she was using drugs.
Ekhankanya
So she said that say the moeder van Requeen so gesit aangesien sy by ons gesprek.
Ekhankanya also ukuba umama kaRequeen ebesele ezele omnye umntana is.
Then she further said the mother of Requeen gave birth to another child. So it said to that the moeder van Requeen ander kind so voorgebring het.
Umakhulu ke wayifumana i-grant kaRequeen.
The grandmother was receiving the social grant of Requeen. The Oma sal die sosiale bylaag van Requeen gekry.
Also kukwakhanganya that umama kaRequeen ebesenza i-contact noRequeen now and then, meaning seldomly.
Further the reports contains that the mother of Requeen would make contact with him as a witness seldomly. The federal and the flag of voorkomers of the moeder van Requeen so no one contact met hom gemaak het.
Ngelo thuba ke kwakukhankanywa also that uRequeen ebe-attenda i-daycare center.
Further came out that Requeen was attending as a witness at the daycare center. Die getuie sê dat die verklaring sal behels dat Requeen op daardie stadium daycare center sou weggebring het.
Umama kaRachel ebengaziwa umama kaRequeen at that time ebengaziwa ukuba uhlala phi.
At that stage, it was unknown as to where the mother of Requeen was residing. Op daardie stadium het niemand geweet waar die moeder van Requeen woon.
Umakhulu also waye wa-ashora u-social auxiliary worker ngela thuba.
The mother of the grandmother to case number 3 ensured the social auxiliary worker.
Ukuba kunokwenzeka nantoni na kuye ikhona ifamily eza kumsupport.
If anything happened to her, there's a family to support her. The Oma to say en verseker dat wat ook al dit sal gebeur, sê familielede wat daar sal toestaan.
Isupporta ke umntana.
Die familie sal die kind daarmee help. This family, these people will support the child.
Ukukhabela mgama ke my lord.
My lord, om beter verkeerlik.
U-social auxiliary worker wabhala ingxelo.
Die maatskaplike werker en auxiliary services het verslag geskryf.
Njengoba ke ifile isitsho. Ingxelo ebhala ingxelo njengoba ifile isitsho.
He wrote a certain statement as far as the files would say.
Mr. Blow, can you just maybe get the microphone closer because...
Verslag was toen die auxiliary toegeskryf en report was written by the auxiliary worker my lord.
Ebhalela umphathi esitsho ukuba uthethile nomama azikho iservices ezidingwayo.
The information was that the auxiliary worker said I spoke to the
maternal grandmother.
To the mother, there's no services needed.
I thought I heard the witness say it spoke to the maternal grandmother.
Ndicela ukulungisa ngu-maternal grandmother ebethethe naye u-social auxiliary worker.
Say to the Oma, she spoke to the grandmother.
Ethethile ke nomakhulu wabhala ingxelo kumphathi.
She spoke to the grandmother and wrote this report. Said to the Oma gepraat en die verslag geskryf.
Enika i-account ngencoko yakhe nomama ka nomakhulu ka Miss Raquel.
Said to verslag geskryf sê waar sy openbaar met 'n gesprek tussen haarself en haar dogter dit gemaak aan die Oma van Raquel.
Uye ke wa evaluate i-services azirendarishileyo.
Said to evalueer die dienste wat aangedien was, is evaluated as to the service was given.
Elandela umgaqo-siseko wonontlalontle.
Follow the constitution of the social workers, volg die constitutie van die maatschappelijke diensten.
Ngokommiselo ka-social development.
According to what social development
Kwi-norms and standards.
norms and standards. Dat verwacht wordt van maatschappelijke diensten en normen en standaarden.
Ifayili ke
The file, the layer,
iye yavalwa
was closed, was to gesleept.
11 kaJanuary 2018.
11 Januari 2018 was gesleept. 11 January was closed.
Kuba kungadingeki a-services.
Since no services were needed, aangezien geen dienste nodig was.
2018 March
2018 March, my Lord, Maart 2018,
nge-20 usuku
20ste, ja,
kufike ke uMiss Smith.
Miss Smith arrived, Mevrouw Smith het toe opgedaagd.
When you say Miss Smith, are we speaking of Kelly Raquel Smith, accused 3?
Miss Smith het nog onderbestaan in Kelly.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord, in Kelly. That is recht in dat het is Kelly.
Ms. Swanepoel, can you just pause there? Ms. Mbambu,
My lord.
the papers that you have, when you're paging through them, it's affecting our recording. Can we maybe, Ms. Cook, Serlene, is it possible to move your device maybe to the right? Oh, it's the plastic.
I've put it down.
Oh, you've taken it off now because that I was just informed it affects the recording.
Thank you,
No, it's understandable. These little devices are just very sensitive. Good.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Okay, so you started on the 20th of March, 2018. Miss Smith, who is accused number 3, arrived at the offices. Take it from there.
Ngokwengxelo ze-file endiyifundileyo.
According to the report in the file which I read,
Kunja-
volgens die verslag en die leer wat gelezen is rechtshoek. That's correct, my lord.
Uye efika ke ecela i-services.
She arrived at the offices and asked for services. Said to be bij de kantoor aangekomen en voor diensten gevraagd.
Zokuba esebenzisa iziyobisi.
Services because she was abusing drugs.
Isiyobisi
Instead of a ban that say balance gebruik.
Isiyobisi ke esikhanganyiweyo i-tick.
The substance mentioned was stuck. The welumbat van werken was stuck.
Ngelo thuba wayehlala nomama rather notata.
At this stage, she was staying with the mother, brother, and father.
Utata wentombi yakhe uJoshlin Smith.
The father to Joshlin Smith.
Ifile iyaphinda itsho kwakhona
The file further states, and the understanding it say, was even after my father and Joshlin Smith, the players say further,
wayehlala eMiddle Post
they were residing in Middle Post. The players said that in Middle Post were after bus
eMarikana
and Marikana,
informal settlement eseMiddle Post
informal settlement in Middle Post, and informal settlement in Middle Post.
ibingekho direct ke uba ndawoni kodwa ke kuzamile ukucaciswa uba ebekufutshane eRepulse Street. Bingekho direct uba ithini address yakhe kodwa ebekufutshane eRepulse Street.
There was no specifications as to where about, but it was close to Repulse Street.
Kunjalo.
That's correct, madam.
Close.
Dit was die direkte adressie wat aan de straat met de naam van de Repulse Straat.
Kukhanganyiwe kwakhona
Can we just have the street name as well? Is it
I heard it as Repulse Street. Is that correct?
Repulse Street.
Repulse Street iseDiazville yona.
Repulse Straat en Diazville.
REPULSE?
REPULSE.
Yeah, that's how I have it on the map when we looked the other day.
Repulse Straat en Diazville.
Ebekufutshane khona kweso straat kwesi sitalato.
She was in the neighborhood van die straat. She was in the close vicinity of the street.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted to the court for the spelling. Can I just ask, I want to be sure that I understand. When you say staying with, so who were the people staying together at that stage in Marikana? We know it's Miss Smith.
Miss Smith
Kwakunye notata kaJoshlin.
and the father of Joshlin. The Basil Smith and the pa van Joshlin.
And Joshlin, as she had been born by then.
Joshlin,
Kunjalo my lord.
that's correct. Because that's when Joshlin was glad the board of the study.
But not Requin.
uRequeen ifile ayitsho uba uRequeen wayehlala nomama ngelathuba.
The file doesn't say that Requin was staying with the mother at that stage.
All right.
The layer Sunday openbaar of Requin op dat Requin met sy ma kon agterbas daar stadium.
Uyeke wacaciselwa ngeprocess according to ifile.
Volgens die layer was hy verdedigd in verband wat sy moet doen. The process was explained to her according to what is contained in the file.
Related to ke ukufumana i-services ezinxulumene nokuba ayeke ukusebenzisa iziyobisi.
En verband hoe sy kon stop om dwelms te gebruik.
Kwakhona
Connection for her to stop to use drugs.
kwakhona ke uye wanikwa rather i-medical form
A medical form was to aanhandig. A medical form that was given to her.
ukuba ayithathe ayokwenza i-assessment ukuzama ukupreparisha for ukureferishwa kwakhe to i-drug treatment center.
Sy moes hierdie vorm neem sodat sy 'n assessment of gekyk kan word sodat sy kan voorberei word vir hierdie program wat sy in order for her to be assessed to prepare for the program she asked for the necessity.
Kwakhona
Again today om weer te voeg hier.
kukhanganyiwe kwifile ukuba
Any layer that overcome it is edited as edited in the file that
Miss Smith ebefuna ukuya kwi-treatment center
Juffrou Smith wou gaan na hierdie sentrum as hy toe behandel sou word.
enganyanzeliswanga
sonder dat sy geforceer was. She wanted to go to the center, except that not that she was forced,
kodwa ngokomnqweno wakhe.
but it was what she hoped to do. Say it was a hope of her to do.
Kuye ke kwaprovidwa ii-services ezijolise ukuba athunyelwe kwi-treatment center.
The services then was processed in order for it to be sent to the service center. Hierdie alles was gemaak was toe uitgevul sodat sy gaan na die hulp center
Ngunontlalontle kwelo thuba.
by the social worker at the state stapel dat instead werker dat study in
Kwakhona unontlalontle uye
the social worker further, the maatskappelijk research further,
wafumaniseka ukuba umama uSmith ebengena birth certificate kaJoshlin.
dat het voorgekom dat die moeder, dat is mevrouw Smith, niet op geboortecertificaat van Joshlin gehad heeft. It came apparent that the mother to Joshlin Smith didn't have a birth certificate for Joshlin.
Uye ke wancediswa kwakhona kwi-services ukuze akwazi ukurejistarisha uJoshlin i-birth certificate kaJoshlin.
Sinds to verder weer hulp verleen om aansoek te doen voor die geboortecertificaat voor Joshlin. Further assistance was given to her to make an application for this birth certificate of Joshlin.
Ozelwe nge-23 ka-October 2017.
But the court gebring was
23 October.
23 October 2017.
That was the date of birth of Joshlin.
Dus die dag toen was Joshlin te voorgebring was.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Ukusuka kumgama ka-18 May 2018
From the 18 May 2018
ukuyokutsho nge-16 kaJulayi 2018
until the 16th of July 2018,
umama uSmith waye wancediswa ukuba afumane uncedo kwindawo yokhuseleko loomama.
she was assisted to get assistance where the woman could be assisted and
Eku-
protected. Dit is waar sy toe gehelp was om hulp te kry van waar vrouwen beskermd was.
Lo gama kwakusancedwa yena ukuba makaye kwi-rehabilitation center kusenziwa iprocess kuaplaywa.
During the time whilst the process was being followed for her to go to the rehabilitation center, die tyd toe daar was besig was om aansoek te doen vir die hulp dat sy nodig het.
Uye ke wazisa i-reports echaza ukuba uyahlukumezwa ekhaya.
She brought reports that she was being abused at home. Sy het toe verslag gebring dat sy by die huis mishandel word.
Kucaca ke uba ebehlukumezwa ngumntu ebencumisana naye kwaye ehlala naye
It became
ongutata.
apparent that the person abusing him was the person she was residing, dating, or in love with, residing with her as a man.
Oh.
Voorgekom dat die persoon wat daar mishandel het, so 'n manspersoon is wat sy in 'n verhouding was waar hulle saam gebly het.
Ongutata ke kaJoshlin.
But to the father of the Papa Joshlin, so yes, that would have been the father to Joshlin.
Waadmithwe nge-18 kaMeyi
Sy was toe ingeneem die 18de Mei maand
kwishelter yabantu abangoomama abahlukumeziweyo.
by 'n plek waar vrouwenmense wat mishandel word, gehou word, place of safety where women are kept who are being abused,
Isiyabonga shelter.
in Siyabonga shelter, and die plek wat die naam van Siyabonga.
Waze ke wagqiba iperiod yakhe yaseshelter.
Sy het haar periode by die shelter toe voltooi, then she finished her period at the shelter.
The-16 kaJulayi 2018
On the 16th of July 2018, 16 Juli 2018,
okwesibini
the second time, tweede keer,
nge-20 kaApril 2018
April 2018.
also ifile ireflector ukuthi
The file reflects the following. The leer sal die volgende openbaar.
Unontlalo-ntle uye wadrafta i-report
The social worker drafted a report. Die maatschappelijke werker heeft een verslag opgesteld.
echaza e-applya to eNamakwa Treatment Center
Where an application was made to the Namakwa Treatment Center, but unsuccessful at the Namakwa Treatment Center.
iNamakwa Treatment Center ke ibe ile ndawo apho wayezayogcinwa khona kuzama uncediswana naye ukuba ayeke iziyobisi.
This would be the place where she was going to be taken to be assisted for her to stop using the drugs. That's what the center gives us so in was, so it's not
Also August ka 2018
Also in August 2018, ook in Augustus 2018,
unontlalo-ntle waye wabhala ingxelo izama ukujolisa okanye iveza
the social worker further wrote a report to show maatschappelijke diensten to verslag geschreven om te bewijzen.
a psychosocial background report to the treatment center.
Achtergrond report naar het centrum.
Izama ukunika i-background kaMiss Smith
Om een achtergrond te geven van mevrouw Smith, to give a background of Ms. Smith,
indlela ebehlala ngayo,
the way how she was living, zich gebleven,
i-history yakhe yokusebenzisa iziyobisi,
haar geschiedenis in verband met hoe zij the history is how she used drugs,
imotivator ukuba afumane ii-services ze-treatment.
to motivate her to get services for the treatment. Om te motiveren dat zij die behandeling zou krijgen voor de behandeling.
Ukususela apho ke
From then, my lord, van Afala,
ufumanekile i-31st ka-August 2018
on the 31st of August 2018, even the Augustus 2018,
iconfirma that anga-admitwa nge-31st ka-August 2018 to eNamakwa Treatment Center.
daar was een verslag gevonden dat zij wel kan zo aangenomen worden bij die treatment center in Namakwa. It appears that she was going to get admitted at that center in Namakwa on the 31st of August 2018.
Eza kuphuma ke in October 2018.
She was going to leave the center in October of 2018. Zij zou de center dan verlaten in oktober van 2018.
Prior ke to be admitwe e-shelter,
Hoe dat zij toen zo gevat aangenomen was bij die center,
kubekho ingxelo ethi uzakwenza iinzame zokufumana umuntu ozawuhlala nomntana wakhe uJoshlin Smith.
there was a report stating that she would try by all means to get someone to stay with Joshlin Smith, a child. Daar was toen een verslag dat zij zo pogings aanwend om een persoon te vinden met Joshlin te blijven.
Uye ke wa-admitwa e-shelter
Zij is toen opgenomen in the center. She was admitted at the center alone
ngosuku obelukhankanyiwe for i-admission.
on the day mentioned for admission of the dag wat waar wanneer gemaakt wordt vakantie zijn opgenomen worden.
Does the report state who this person was that was going to take care of Joshlin Smith for the duration of the time that she's in the center?
Ingaba ukhankanyelwe na umuntu igama lakhe ozathi ajonge uJoshlin Smith ngexesha center.
Likhankanyiwe, my lord.
The name has been mentioned, my lord. The naam was toegenoem. Wie sou die persoon wees wat so naam? Joshlin omsien gedurende die wat by die sentrum was.
Ubhalwe uMiss Andrews on the file.
Miss Andrews is written on the file. Juffrou Andrews is aangedrongen op die leer.
Ukukhabela mgama
Is that Natasha Andrews?
kunjalo, my
Natasha
lord.
Andrews law.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. That's so Natasha Andrews wees.
Ukukhabela mgama
To proceed, my lord, om verder te gaan.
umama ke uyile ke ku-treatment center rather
Die ma is toen naar die behandelcentrum toe she went up to this treatment center.
wahlala for ummiselo wethuba ukuze afumane uncedo olujolise uba ayeke iziyobisi.
She stayed with the time provided in order for her to be assisted to stop using drugs.
Uye-
Sy is pas toe ingeneem vir die tydperk waar sy is toe gehelp word om dwelms te stop.
Uye ke wayigqiba iperiodi
Sy het die periode voor 2 jaar, maar she finished the period, my lord.
wabuyela ke ekuhlaleni.
She was reintroduced to in community, sy het terugkom na waar sy woonagtig was.
Also ke according to file contents,
Volgens wat in die verslag staan,
ingxelo ke ezikhoyo kwifile zithi
what's in the file says the following, wat in die leer opkom sê die volgende,
nge-14 kaMarch 2019
die 14de Maart 2019, dat on the 14th of March 2019,
uMs Smith uchoose ukungabiyo part
Ms. Smith chose not to be part, sê toe besluit sy gaan nie deel wees van,
yokufoma opted not to form part of i-relapse prevention program.
sê toe besluit sy gaan nie deel neem in 'n program waar persone kon gehelp word om nie terug te gaan van waar hulle hulp gekry het nie. Then she decided she could be part of a relapse program.
Kwaye ke kwakho instruction ethi file mayophenda e-register. Kwabakho i-instruction echoyo kuba i-file mayophenda e-register.
Then there was a request that the file must go back to registry. Daar was toe versoek dat die leer toe teruggaan na registrasie.
Kwakungekho nkonzo ezidingekayo.
Since there were no services needed, aangezien daar geen dienste was wat benodig word.
Just to explain that, so after a person completes the program in the rehabilitation center, is there then another process to follow?
Okunja ukufisela kuhle ngoba ke umuntu egqibile ethuba lakhe rehabilitation center. Ikhona enye inantsay kumfuneka landele.
I-substance relapse prevention program
Is a substance prevention lapse program.
yenye aftercare services, i-aftercare service eprovidwa kwabantu ebebeye ku-treatment center.
That would be the aftercare services given to people who come from the center. That's our na-dienste gegee word aan persone wat kom vanaf by die sentrum.
Ukutsho ke zinkonzo eziye ziprovidwe kwabantu.
That is would be services given to some. Dit is dienste wat aan sekere persone sou gegee word.
I understand that that's also voluntary.
Kwalonto le muntu senza ngokuthanda kwakhe.
Kunjalo my lord.
That's voluntary dan yela kware ke persone wat op sy eie besluit om te doen.
And in this instance, Ms. Smith decided not to participate.
Kwesihlande yemsmith enakazothatha akazibana ndathi ngaqela.
Ngokwengxelo zefile kunjalo my lord.
According to what the file contains, that's correct, my lord. But the leer, they'll say, they'll say that say it's over here om deel te neem aan die program.
Ukukhabela mgama
To aid, my lord,
kufikela apho ke ndiye ndasebenza ngefamily yakwaSmith.
that's where it ends, me dealing with the Smith family. It's up to there.
Ukukhabela mgama kulapho ke i-services zamiswa until February 2024.
That's when my service was stopped until February 2024 to deal with the family.
Can I just get some clarity? Everything before February 2024, the way I understood the evidence earlier, those services were provided by your predecessors and the social auxiliary workers.
Zonke inkonzo ezinikezeleyo ngaphambili ke zazizo auxiliary worker nabanye ke abamhlanje phambi.
Kunjalo my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And the evidence you gave and to the timelines were from the file contents that you could tell us what you could pick up. services were rendered prior to your involvement.
Umsebenzi wawo uqulathe wena onozimana wena phayana bese file phambi kwakho wena chaphazelele.
Kunjalo my lord.
That's correct, man. Het sou alles optel wat meneer van wat voordat doen van verskil van ander maatskappye op dienste het ons net dit optel.
And then from February 2024, that would be the services that you personally rendered, correct?
Kunjalo my lord.
En die dienste van February wat het persoonlik sou meer besig was nie daarbij.
My Lord, I suggest that this is perhaps an appropriate time.
I would suggest it's an appropriate time because I suspect what follows will be what's in the report because that's what Ms. Mbambu did herself.
Indeed, my Lord, but then also what happened after. You will note that the report was drafted in, I think, October of last year. So since then, there has been other developments.
And I take it you have not given the defense a copy of what the evidence would be or a statement or anything of that.
My Lord, it is in following the report and the recommendations, even the recommendations made. I myself have not received anything in writing. This was conveyed to us yesterday. It's just with regards to the placement of the children. That's all.
Ms. Swanepoel, how does the state prepare for trial and make a full disclosure to the defense as required? Because this is not the first witness we encounter this situation. I don't want to get to a point where we need to adjourn for the defense to prepare because the state failed in their duty to make a full discovery.
My Lord.
What I suggest we do, subject because it will only affect Mr. Sivnarayan, that we complete the evidence in chief. If Mr. Sivnarayan is not in a position to cross-examine today, because he will get instructions over the lunch break from his client, that we complete the evidence in chief. At least he will know what the evidence is. Then he must have another witness ready for me.
I do.
Then we'll step off this witness, proceed with another witness whose statement you hopefully have provided to the defense.
I have.
And then unfortunately Ms. Mbambu have to come back again tomorrow morning for the cross-examination if Mr. Sivnarayan is not going to cross-examine this afternoon. I suspect he might be able to clear it up over the lunch break. I would suggest that you tell him, give him the heads up, even before the evidence is laid now, to say, I'm still going to cover this or the following issue, so that we don't have unnecessary delays. And please ensure, as from tomorrow, for the witnesses to be called, that there is full disclosure.
As the court pleases.
Take the adjournment till 2 o'clock. Court will adjourn till 2.
So we'll proceed. What did you say, 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Thank you, madam.
At 2 o'clock.
Yes, the box.
Thank you. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Understand, so my Lord?
Thank you, my Lord. Ms. Mbambo, before the lunch adjournment, we came up to February 2024 when you became personally the responsible person for dealing with this matter. You may take your testimony from there, please.
Okay, ndiyabulela mem.
That's correct, yes, I.
So ndiphele apho ke bendiye ndaprovide i-services to Smith family in February 2024.
I ended up where I provided services to the Smith family in February of 2024. Ek het eintlik waar ek begin het om dienste aan te gee aan die gesin van Smith.
Is the microphone working where the witness is?
Yes, it is. Yes, it's working.
Yes, thank you.
Ndizawucela ukubuyela umva to la evidence that was provided to the High Court.
Can I go back to the evidence which was provided by the High Court? Kan ek teruggaan na die getuienis wat aan die Hooggeregshof gedien was?
You're referring to your report?
Kunjalo, my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord. Ek verwys na my verslag. Na 'n verslag.
En nou, nee, die verslag.
Die verslag.
It's the report, my lord, for record purposes, the report that has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit Q.
Yes, sir.
Die verslag wat ongaande is bewysstuk Q.
Imetha ke yaziwe kum i-reflector apha i-19 kaFebruary 2024.
The matter reflects the 19th of February 2024,
apho ndiye ndaziswa khona
where I was informed waar ek ongelukkig die 19 of February 2024 waar ek ongelukkig was.
ndicela ukulungisa ndithi yi-20th kaFebruary 2024.
I just want to rectify myself. It's the 20th of February 2024, my lord. Ek wil dit regstel die 20th of February 2024.
Imetha yaziswe kum yi-organization community based ese-Middle Post area.
'n gemeenskap forum aan die wat gebaseer is in Middelpost. The community-based forum situated in Middelpost, my lord.
I-reporter ukuba mandibe nolwazi lomntana olahlekileyo.
It reported to me about, I must have knowledge about the child. I must know about the child which got lost. That I reported that the kennis daarvan 'n kind wat toe vermis was.
Dana lowo ke wa-identifywa as uJoshlin Smith.
The child was identified as Joshlin Smith. The kind was toe bekend or was identified as Joshlin Smith.
Kwakhankanywa also ukuba imetha iyaziwa kwa SABC.
I was further told, my lord, that this matter is known by the South African Police Services. It was further ongelukkig dat hierdie saak bekend was by die South African Police.
Kwaye uphulo belume ngolume kukhangelwa umntana.
There was a search all over picking people searching for the child. There was a soektocht wat oral was waar mense op soek was vir hierdie kind.
Kucaca ukuba umntana ebeshiyeke kwi-boyfriend kamama.
What became evident, my lord, was that the child was left in the care of the boyfriend of the mother. Dit toe voorgekom dat die kind in die sorg van die kerel van die ma gelaat was.
Ukubuyela ke mhlawumbi kwithuba apho ke bendiye ndane-engagement nomama.
Just to go back to where I had the chances to have an engagement with the mother. Ons gaan terug. Ek toe in verbinding getree met die moeder.
Ukususela kwi-20th ukuyokutsho ku-23rd.
From the 20th until the 23rd, vanaf die 20ste tot met die 23ste.
unxulumano lo mama luyoba khona nge-23rd.
Communication with me and the mother happened on 23rd. Communicatie toe plaasgevind tussen ek en die moeder op die 23ste.
Phambi kokuba ndithethe nomama,
Before I spoke to the mother, voordat ek 'n gesprek gehad het met die moeder,
mandithi ngolu hlobo besingakwazi ukufikelela kumama kuba ebengaziwa uba uphi ngelaa xesha ngenxa yokuba bekukhangelwa umntana.
let me put it this way, my lord, you couldn't get hold of the mother that stage because no one knew her whereabouts because it was the time when they were looking for the child. Ons kon nie die ma aan die ander kry nie, wat was die gedurende tyd toe hulle op soek was na die kind.
Ukuqhubekela phambili,
To proceed,
after ndazisiwe ukuba umama uphi,
after I was informed as to where the mother was, nadat toe ingelig was waar die moeder was op soek gevind,
ndaye ke ndaphumelela ukuba mandiyokwenza unxulumano kunye naye.
then I succeeded as to go and have a conversation or contact with her. Dit is tot waar ek ingeslaag het om met haar in verbinding te tree.
Ngenjongo zoku-provide i-containment kwi-trauma akuyo yena nosapho lwakhe.
To assist her in the trauma which she might find herself with her family. Om vir hand te gee of te help in die trauma wat sy so deurgegaan het met haar familie.
Kwakunye nokuqonda ukuba mhlawumbi singaba luncedo njani kwifamily kwela xesha.
And just to find out from the family how can we be of assistance. Om net uit te vind van die familie hoe kon ons vir hulle help verleen.
Ndithethile ke nomama nge-23rd ndifika ndimfumana Restless Wave.
I had a conversation with the mother on the 23rd. I got hold of her at Restless Wave. Ek het toe met die moeder gepraat, waar ek met haar gekry het in Restless Wave.
Apho wayehlala khona nomhlobo wakhe owayekwanguye nomqeshi wakhe uMiss Kelly Zigas.
Where she was residing with a friend who's also an employer. That's Miss
Kelly Zigas.
Kelly Zigas. Dit is toe waar ek gevind het met die persoon wat haar vriend was op werkgewer is, met die naam van Kelly Zigas.
Babebo babini umama Zigas rather waye nomama uCupido uZulfa.
In the presence of Madam Zigas, she was with Zulfa Cupido. Toe ek by Zigas aankom was sy met Zulfa Cupido.
Kulapho ke lwaqala khona unxulumano kum naye umama.
That's when a conversation started with myself and the mother. Just to have respect to onsana tussen myself and the mother.
Okwesibini ngela thuba wayekhona naye intwazana yakhe encinci uRachel Smith.
That stage, a younger daughter was also present, my lord, with the name of Rachel Smith. Op daardie oomblik was haar die jongste dogter ook in woorders met die naam van Rachel Smith.
Kwi-engagement endibe nayo ke ndichekile uba unjani.
The engagement I had with her, as what says, I wanted to know how she was. Die in verbinding wat ek met haar getree het, ek geweet het van haar, hoe gaan het met haar?
Ndisazisa nokuba sikhona for uncedo.
I even further explained to you that we are present for any assistance needed. Ek het vir my gedeel dat ons teenwoordig is as daar enige hulp verleen kan word.
Ukuqhubekela phambili ndichekile naye ukuba kwenzeke ntoni.
To move forward, my lord, ask as to what happened. Om vooruit gaan julle wat gevra vir maar wat het toe plaasgevind.
Wakhankanya ke umama uSmith ukuba kulahleke intombi yakhe.
Sy het toe gesê kan dit vermis geraak. Then she said the daughter got lost.
Ekhankanya ukuba intwazana le ilahleke nge-19 February.
She said that the child got lost on the 19th of February. Sy het toe gesê die kind het vermis geraak op 19 February.
Esitsho ke nokuba umntana lona ebemshiye no Mr. Apollos.
She said that she left the child in the care of Apollos. Sy het toe gesê sy die kind in die sorg van Apollos gelaat.
Mr. Apollis ke umuntu ebencumisana naye ehlala kunye naye kwakunye nabantwana bakhe Middle Boss.
Mr. Police should be a person, my lord, who she was having an affair with, staying with him and the children and her children in Middle Boss. Wanneer die polisie hulle persoon is wat sy met haar verhoor gehad het, sê wanneer die polisie en die kinders het saam gewoon.
Kwi-assessment yam ke njengonontlalo-ntle ndambona kuba umama utraumatized ngolahlekelwa ngumntana.
From my assessment as a social worker, my lord, I picked up that the mother was traumatized because of the loss of a child. Sy was getraumatiseerd, anders na die kind vermis was.
Kuba kwi-engagement yam waye emotional.
Because during her engagement she was emotional. Gedurende ons in verbinding was sy emosioneel.
Uthe ke xa eqhubekeka ethetha ngebali lokulahleka komntana wakhe.
When she proceeded as to explain and tell about the loss of the child, to say for die verhaal dat hoe haar kind so verloor.
Umntwana lo wayengayanga esikolweni.
The child did not attend school. Die kind die dag was nie daar by skool nie.
Ngemini alahleka ngayo.
The day when she got lost, die dag toe sy vermis word.
And engayanga nje esikolweni wayenempahla ezimdaka ezazingahlanjwanga.
The reason for her not attending school, her clothes were dirty, they were not washed. Sy het gesê die rede waarom die kind skool toe was nie, is omdat die kind se klere toe so veel was, dit was nie skool gemaak nie, was ook gewas nie.
Qhubekekile ke bethetha abahlobo bakhe besitsho ukuba umama uSmith ungumama akangomama o-perfect.
The friends carried on saying, my lord, that Miss Smith isn't the perfect mother. Die president gesê sy perfect moeder nie.
Kuba besitsho ukuba wabesebenzisa iziyobisi.
They said she was using drugs.
Kodwa ebengumama onothando.
But she was a loving mother. She was a mother by first.
Unqinile ke naye umama uSmith kulento ithethiweyo ngaphambili.
She also said what they said as far as loving mother is concerned. Sy saamgestem dat in verband met sy liefdevolle moeder was.
Confirm that ebesebenzisa iziyobisi.
She confirmed that she was using drugs. Sy toe bevestig dat sy dwelms gebruik.
Ziyobisi ke ezo athi ke athe ugqibele ukutshaya isiyobisi se-choice yakhe nge-19 ka-February.
But where she said, my lord, the last time I had the drug of my choice was on the 19th of February. But sy toe gesê dat die dag, die laaste dag wat sy dwelms gebruik het van haar kisse, so die 19th February was.
Uye wakonfirma also ukuba ebeke waya kwi-rehab ngaphambili.
She confirmed that she went for rehabilitation before she processed it for help tevore.
Particularly to be admitted kwi-rehab.
Waar sy aangeneem word by hierdie help centrum where she wanted to be admitted at this rehabilitation center.
But uye ke waphinda wawa kumsele weziyobisi.
She fell back into the trap of using the drugs. Sy toe teruggeval waar sy weer voortgegaan het met dwelms misbruik gebruik.
Kuye kwabuzwa ke uba abanye abantwana ngeli thuba baphi bahlala nabani.
A question was posed, my lord, as to where are the other children, with whom are they residing? 'n Vraag was gevra waar die ander kinders sou wees met wie was hulle bly saam.
Uye waxelelwa ke unontlalo-ntle kuba abanye abantwana bebehlala kweli thuba ekhangela umntana wakhe.
The social worker was told at the time whilst they were looking for the child, for the lost child, the children were residing with.
Kwicala lakulo mama.
From at the side of the mother.
Nakwicala lakulo tata.
And from the side of the father.
Uthethile esithi.
She said.
Uriqueen ebehlala no Natasha.
The queen was residing with Natasha.
Cousin yakhe ibihlala eFredenburg. Cousin yakhe isizalwane sakhe ibisihlala eFredenburg.
And a sister
a cousin sister who stayed in Fredenburg.
Resides in Fredenburg. En nog nie van hulle wat in Vredenburg bly saam is.
Is that the Natasha that you're referring
The Natasha, yes,
Natasha is a cousin sister that stays in
in Friedenberg.
En Natasha sou dit nog nie wees wat in Vredenburg bly saam is.
Ukuqhubekela phambili yena uRachel
Om to go further, my Lord, Rochelle,
ebekhathalelwa yintombi kamama uMillie MK, uMrs MK Millie,
she was being taken care of Mrs. Ellie Memke.
a daughter of Mrs. Millie MK.
Millie
Millie MK.
MK.
The daughter of Miss Millie Mke's daughter was taking care of Rochelle.
Kuba ebekhangela, yes,
Since she
Can I-
was looking for,
Can I just make sure?
you can say,
Rachel, I think I heard you saying Rachel was staying with Mrs. Millie Imke, who is the grandmother of Rachel, the mother of the father, Josh Imke, paternal, in other words.
it can so happen maybe that was during the consultation, the two of them, but the paternal and grandmother didn't come up, my Lord. I'd like the witness to repeat what she said.
ukufika kwami kumama ukubuyela umva kwakhona, my lord.
Just to go back, my Lord,
Ukufika kwami kumama uSmith,
when I arrived at Miss Smith,
mhlambe mandiyibeke ngolu hlobo.
let me put it rather this way.
I-family had already had a private arrangement
The family already had the private arrangement, the family declared the father,
Cons- uku ejolise kukhathalelo lwabantwana kweli xesha belinzima.
to look after the interests of the children during this difficult time. To take na die belange van die kinders dat hier in hierdie swaar tyd
uRequeen ebehlala
was residing
ne-maternal family members.
met familielede van kind van die ma.
This was since the 19th,
Dit was vanaf die 19de,
apho naye uMiss Smith wayehlala khona eFriedenberg.
waar juffrou Smith ook woonagtig wees in Vredenburg.
uMiss Smith wayetshilo ke kum ukuba ebevizithile eRestless Wave.
Juffrou Smith het ook gesê dat sy besoek afgelê in Restless Wave.
And evizithile nje eRestless Wave ebezawubuyela back eFriedenberg kwaNatasha.
Alhoewel sy besoek dat in Restless Wave, so sy teruggaan het na Natasha toe in Vredenburg. She was going to go back to Natasha, although visiting in Restless Wave, she was going to go back to Natasha in Vredenburg.
Ukuya ke kwicala likaRachel.
Coming to Rochelle,
uRachel yena wayehlala kwi-paternal family members
Rochelle het gebly by die familielede van die pa,
since the occurrence yolahleka komntana.
vanaf die tyd toe die kind vermis raak.
Ehlala nje kwi-paternal family members, umntu ebemane emnceda umama uSmith, umama wabantwana.
Whilst residing at the paternal parents of this child, the person who was caring for the child, die tyd toe die sê met die familielede van die pa,
Yayi
versorg het vir die kind, en daar is die tyd.
yayiyintombi kamama uMillie MK.
That was the daughter of the mother, Millie Emke. That was the daughter from Millie Emke.
Ucase kuba bebenobuhlobo yena naye kuba benamagama afanayo.
It appears that there's a little bit of some friendship since they got the same name. Dat was voorkomen sa verhouding was as hulle twee aangestel dieselfde naam.
Ukubheka phambili ke my lord.
Just to proceed, my Lord, on voor te gaan.
Ndihamba nge-time frame ebendizenzele yona.
I'm going according to a time frame which I set myself. I gaan volgens tydperk wat ek myself weer gehelp het.
Ikhankanya ii-services eziprovidiweyo nge-23rd kumama uMiss Smith.
They would set out services provided to the mother, that is Miss Smith. Hierdie sou behels in verband watter dienste aan juffrou Smith sou gegee was.
Nge-23rd of February 2024.
Op die 23 Februarie jaar 2024.
Yes.
Ekuba endixelele umama uba kwenzeke ntoni ku Rachel,
After the mother told me as to what happened to
ku
Rochelle,
rather ku Joshlin,
to Joshlin, sorry, the witness rectifying himself with my love, after the mother told me what happened to Joshlin, nadat die ma vir my gesê het wat het gebeur met Joshlin,
ukhankanyile ukuba wayencumisela notata apolisi.
she mentioned that she was having an affair with Mr. Apollos.
Xa ebuzwa
Sy het gesê dat sy 'n verhouding gehad het met Mr. Apollos.
xa ebuzwa ukuba ebephi Mr. Apolisi kwelo xesha, uphi ngoku Mr. Apolisi ngale 23rd.
Toe daar vraag gevra word aan waar sou meneer Apollos bevind op daardie dag van die 23ste. A question was posed as to where would Mr. Apollos be on that day of the 23rd.
Esithi ke ukumama wakhe uye kumama wakhe whilst yena ebehlala nefamily yakhe kwi-maternal side.
Then she said he was staying with his mother, while she was staying with family from mother side. Sy het gesê dat meneer Apollos by sy ma van agter was, waar sy met haar ma se familie was.
Ukhanganye ukuthi ebenoloyiko.
She said she was scared. She said that she was bang.
Kuba i-community ibifuna ukumhama. Kuba beza ku i-community wanted to harm her.
The community wanted to harm her, my lord. Die gemeenskap wou haar aanval.
As a result of umntana lo ulahlekileyo.
Because of the child who got lost. Terwille van die kind wat vermis was.
Ukubuyela back kwisizathu sokuba uRachel angayanga esikolweni.
To go back to the reason as to why
uJoshlin engayanga esikolweni.
Why Joshlin didn't go to school.
Ukhanganye
na rede waarom Joshlin to school to was nie.
Ms. Smith ye wakhankanya ukuba uJoshlin ebengenayo isepha yokuhlamba impahla zabantwana.
Ms. Smith was said that she didn't have some soap as to clean the clothes of the children. Sy het gesê sy het seep gehad om die kinders se klere skoon te maak.
Uye waqhubekeka xa ebuzwa ukuba unalo na umsebenzi and ukuba uyayifumana igrant yabantwana.
When a question was posed whether she's employed, does she receive the social grant? Toe 'n vraag aan toe gevra was of sy werksaam is of sy die kinders toelaat kry.
Uye waminforma ke uNonhlalonhle ukuba uphangelela uMrs Kelly Zigas as a domestic worker.
She informed the social worker that she was working as a domestic worker for Mr. Kelly Zigas.
Umesika sebeye amncedise ngokuthenga into ezifana nokutya for abantwana bakhe.
From her, assistance she would get assistance from Zigas for her to buy food for her and her children.
Kunokuba amnike imali.
Instead of giving her money. Say to say that sy wel werksaam is vir Zigas. Mr. Zigas so far geld so far kos koop in plek van te geld te gee.
Zeke yena ngegrant ebeyifumana kwabantwana bakhe ababini uJoshlin noRequin.
Hele het sy wel gekry vir die twee kinders dat is Joshlin en Requin.
Athenge ii-toiletries nezinye izidingo zekhaya.
Sy so ander goede vir die huiskoop. She said that she would receive the social grant for Requin and Joshlin, which she would use to buy toiletries and some other stuff.
Ukuqhubekela ke phambili, i-trauma containment was provided to Ms. Smith nabahlobo bakhe.
Trauma containment was to Anna herself and her friend. Trauma containment was given to her and her friends.
Also ku-emphasizwa ukuba udinga noluphi na uncedo kuyena kunye nefamily banga approach okanye bafonele uNonhlalonhle.
It was further emphasized that if herself and the family need some more assistance, they must contact the social worker. That was to verder ook uitgebreid en gesê dat as hulle byvoorbeeld nog hulp nodig het met hulle maatskaplike werker skakel.
Lapho ke i-report endiyiprovide leyo iyakutsho ukuba i-support ibe extended to i-family at large.
That would now say that the report which I wrote, I compiled, was given to the entire family as witnesses at large. Hierdie verslag sal dan sê dat Jullie dienste sou ook aan die familie geleen was? Verleen was?
Ukubheka ke phambili.
To go forward, om vooruit toe te gaan?
May I just inquire something?
Voordat ik zal niet vertellen.
You say that she was receiving grant, a subsidy for the children, Requin and Joshlin. What about Rochelle?
Uthi befumana ke nansi isibonelo sikaHulumende for Requin noJoshlin.
Unonhlalonhle uye waziswa that uRachel ebengenayo ibirth certificate.
The social worker was informed that Rochelle didn't have a birth certificate. The anklager weet as hierdie twee so baie kry wat van Rochelle. Die getuies dat die maatskappywerker was ingelig dat Rochelle nie 'n geboortesertifikaat gehad het nie.
Eso ke ibe sisizathu sokuba angayifumani igrant kuba engakwazi ukuapply for a child support grant without documentation being a birth certificate.
That was the reason she was not part of people receiving this social grant, because no one can apply without the documentations for the social grant. Say koni aansoeken vir die beilani wat toelani van as jy dit dokumente gehad wat sy moet gebruik om hierdie so aansoeken te handhaaf.
Ukubheka phambili nge-26 kaFebruary 2024.
Proceed, my lord, on the 26th of February 2024 om voort te gaan op die 26 February 2024.
Unonhlalonhle ngaphambili ebetshilo ukuba uzawuba nejonga kwifamily ukuba ingaba khona na utshintsho kwindaba yomntana.
The social worker made known, my lord, that he or she is going to follow up if there's any change as far as the condition of the child is concerned. Die maatskaplike werker gesê ek gaan opvolg oor enige veranderings is in verband met die kind.
Uyeke waziswa ukuba uyeke then wafollowisha up ngokonjalo rather nge-26.
She followed up with that information on the 26th. Hierdie informasie toe opgevolg op die 26ste.
Kwi-engagement ke ebenayo nonhlalonhle ebethetha noMiss Kelly Zigas.
The engagement she had with the social worker, she was speaking to Miss Kelly Ziggert. The on the road that say Kelly Ziggert had.
Apho ayaziswa khona ukuba uMiss Kelly Smith ebebuyele kwi-community.
Where she was informed that Kelly Smith went back into the community. Sy was toe meegedeel dat Kelly Smith teruggegaan het na die gemeenskap.
Kucaca ke uba useDeersville.
What was clear that she was now in Deersville, but to opgekomen dat sy nog goed afgeplak was sê dat sy nog in Deersville was.
Xa unonhlalonhle yewabuza ukuba uphi yena uRequin Smith.
And the question was asked as to where Requin find himself. A vraag was toegevraagd aan haar baas of Requin is.
Kuconfirmwe ukuba uRequin ebeshiyeke kwicare kaMiss Natasha.
It was confirmed that Requin remained in the care of Miss Natasha.
In Vredenburg.
Confirmed that Requin was in sort of Natasha in Vredenburg. That would be Vredenburg, my lord.
Kungaziwa ke ukuba uzawuhlala khona kude kube nini.
But it was unknown as to how long will he be residing there. But that's
kuphinda kuqinisekiswa ukuba uRachel usahleli kwakunye necousin kaMiss Smith.
To make sure that the Requin is still residing with the cousin of Mrs. Smith.
Ukubuyela umva kusaziswa kwakhona ukuba uRachel esahleli eSaldana necousin kaMiss Smith.
To make sure that Rochelle was still in Saldana with the cousin of Miss Smith. Consider dat Rochelle nog een soort is plaats van Smith in Saldana.
That is correct. Okay, ukukhabela phambili ke unonhlalonhle uye wazama ukunxulumana nomama uSmith.
To go forward, my lord, the social worker tried to get hold of Mother Miss Smith.
Assess
to prevail and for to train the mother with Smith.
Dikhangela ukukhuseleka kwakhe.
To make sure of his safety, to see uitvind hoe veilig sy sal wees.
Uye ke wandixelela ukuba uphi
She told me of her whereabouts with Sebas.
ngelo thuba wayesePerlamoon Street number 29.
That stadium was in Parlementstraat, nummer 29. At that stage, she was at Parlementstraat, number 29,
Apho ke ebehlala khona nomhlobo wakhe.
where she was residing with a friend. But say to one after was with a friend.
Kucace ukuba kube khona ubhidabhidwano phakathi kwakhe nomama no Miss Natasha eFriedenberg apho behlala khona.
It appears that, my lord, there was a misunderstanding between herself and Natasha and Friedenberg, where she was residing. Dat voorkomt dat daar een misverstand was tussen haarzelf en die van Natasha was het al in Friedenberg.
Uphinde wayekhankanya into yoloyiko lokuba kwi-community.
She further mentioned the fear was to be amongst the community. Sy het verder gepraat oor haar onveiligheid in die gemeenskap.
Kuba esoyika i-community uye wabuyela ePerlamoon Street.
Since she was scared of the community, she went back to Parlemoon Street. Aangesien sy skrikkerig was vir die gemeenskap, sy toe na Parlemoon Street.
Ucelile ke kwakhona ukuba ancediswe ukufumana indawo esecure.
Her next request was that she must be assisted to get a secured place. Volgende versoek was dat sy 'n veilige plek moet gehelp word om te kry,
Apho anokukhuseleka khona.
where she can be protected.
Ebesethethile ke ne-supervisor ye-shelter.
Sy plek waar sy veilig was, sy klaar met die toesighouder van die shelter gepraat.
Ep-
She spoke to the supervisor of the shelter already.
Based eFriedenberg, Siyabonga Shelter.
Gebaseerd in Friedenberg, Siyabonga Center. Based in Friedenberg, my lord, the Siyabonga Center.
Umenyiwe ke uba afikelele kunontlalontle.
She was invited to go and speak to the social worker. Sy was toegenooi om te gaan praat met die maatskaplike werker,
Ukuze assesswe
sodat sy kan geassesseer word, ready to be assessed,
unontlalontle adrafte i-assessment report.
dat hierdie maatskaplike werker sou verslag in parlement assessment moet opstel. This social worker would have to draft a social assessment report
Njenge requirement ye-shelter.
as wat verwag word van op hierdie plek helemaal. It is the requirement from the shelter.
After efikile ke kunontlalontle,
After she arrived at the social worker, toe sy die maatskaplike dienstewerker opdag,
I'm sorry, when you're referring to the social worker, you're referring to yourself.
kunjalo
wou sy ek in ontslaan sy na haar.
kunjalo my lord.
That's correct, my lord, I'm referring to myself as it melding maak van die maatskaplike werker, maak ek melding van myself.
Sorry, you may proceed.
Yadraftwa ke i-report,
The report was drafted, die verslag was toe opgestel.
yathunyelwa ke kwi-shelter le ebecele ukuba ancediswe ukungena kuyo.
Dit was toegestuur na die plek waar sy gevra het waar sy kan hulp kon kry. Then it was sent to the place which she chose to where she would get the assistance.
Ngobo busuku ke waye watsho uzaba safe for ubusuku.
That night, my lord, she said, I'm going to be safe for the night. Daardie het sy toe sy sal veilig wees vir hierdie aand,
Ezawulala kumhlobo wakhe.
where she was going to sleep the night at her friends. Sy sou die nag deurbring en slaap by haar vriendin, by haar vriend.
Kuba i-shelter yayiconfirmile uba anga-admitwa.
Maar hierdie shelter toe bevestig dat sy hulle kan aanneem. Where the shelter confirmed that they will be able to admit her.
Ezawuadmitwa ngengomso.
Where she was going to be admitted the next day. Sy sou ingeneem word die volgende dag.
Ucetyisiwe kuba alungise
She was advised as to she must get ready. Sy was toe advies gegee dat sy haarself moet voorberei.
ebezawungena kwi-shelter yena nentombi yakhe intwazana yakhe.
She was going to be admitted to the shelter with her young child, her daughter. Sy sou ingeneem word by hierdie shelter met haar kleine dogter.
Usuku ke beluhleliwe uba uzawuadmitwa kwi-shelter.
On the day which was now set aside for us that she was admitted at the shelter, die dag toe sy nou, wat nou, ingesit was waar sy nou in die centrum sou ingeneem word.
kucace ukuba uMiss Smith akazukwazi ukuadmithwa ngaloo mini kuba engekho seSaldanha.
It came clear, my Lord, that she wouldn't be admitted on this day because she wasn't in Saldanha. Then it took that saying, "You can angeneem word of Yidach and Sebastian Saldanha,"
Kuba ebesendleleni eya eKapa.
because she was on her way to Cape Town. She was up at Kaapstad.
Emenyiwe ke ukuba ayihambe azame ukuthoba okanye ukupholisa ingqondo kancinci.
Whereby she was invited just to come and relieve stress a little bit. Sy was toe gevra om te kom om 'n bietjie winterskep.
By a political party.
Political party.
Utheke xa ebuyayo ke uzawukuya kwi-shelter.
She said, when I come back, I'll admit myself at the shelter. Sy toe gesê, as sy terugkeer sy na die shelter toe gaan.
Kuarrangiwe ke that naye waxelelwa ukuba ubuye emva.
Then it was arranged and then she was told if she comes later, was to reël se tref en haar gesê
Se unontlalontle engekho.
as die maatskaplike werker nie test beskikbaar is, if the social worker is not present.
Uncedo ke kwabezokhuseleko ukuba asiwe kwi-shelter beluzawucelwa.
Request would have been made to the people to protection. Dan sou hulp vra van die mense van beskerming.
Ukutsho ke SAPS.
In other words, the SAPS that's all the SAPS.
Ngaloo mhla ke kucace ukuba ke xa kulandelelwa ngosuku olulandelayo.
On this day, my Lord, as it was followed up the next day.
Khange akwazi ufikelela kwi-shelter ngenxa yexesha ebefike ngalo eSaldanha.
She could not reach the shelter because of the time she arrived in Saldanha. Sy kon nie by die shelter aangeneem word aan terwyl van die tyd wat sy in Saldanha opgedag het.
Ngeli thuba ke ebefike eSaldanha.
The time when she arrived in Saldanha, Saldanha aankom.
Kucace uba ke ebehambile nabo abantwana bakhe ukuya eKapa.
It was clear that she went with the children to Cape Town.
Kodwa ke
opgekom dat sy met die kinders Kaapstad toe was. But
uphinde wababuyisela apho bebekhona.
She took them back to where they were kept. Sy het toe teruggeneem van waar hulle gehou was of versorg was.
Nontlalo kwakunye ngolu suku.
The social worker on this day, die maatskaplike werker op hierdie dag.
Uye waziswa ngabezokhuseleko.
The people from safety and security then informed her. Die mense van veiligheid het daartoe ingelig.
Mandithi mhlawumbi ngamapolisa.
The police, my lord, the police.
Esitsho uba bane-concern yokhuseleko lukaMiss Smith.
Hulle toe gesê, hulle sê kom maar deur Mevrou Smith se veiligheid. They said they were concerned about Miss Smith's safety.
Nokhuseleko lwabantwana kuba kucaca ukuba uMiss Smith ebesebenzisa iziyobisi.
And the safety of the children, since it was clear that Miss Smith was using drugs, and the veiligheid van die kinders wat dit geword dat Mevrou Smith so balance gebruik.
Ingathi khona also kwakukho into edibenisele nokuba ebekukho i-domestic violence phakathi kwakhe nomuntu ebencumisana naye.
And it became clear that there was domestic violence problems between herself and the person she was dating or she was seeing as a lover. That was beskermings probleme tussen herself and die persoon wat sy toe
ziviwe ke ngunontlalontle ezinkalo.
After the social worker become aware of this, nadat die maatskaplike werker bewus geraak het van hierdie,
kwaye kwa-ashora ukuba abantwana kweli thuba bakhuselekile kuba bengekho kwikhe kamama uSmith.
There was assurance that the children are safe since they were under the care of Ms. Smith.
Kuba ke
to bevestig or
kuba ke
die kinders veilig is aangesien sy nie in die sorg aangesien hulle nie in die sorg van Mevrou Smith was nie.
Kuba ke also ifamily ibiseyenze arrangement concerning ukhuseleko lwabantwana privately.
To add more, my lord, that the family itself made, as witnesses, private arrangements for the safety of the children. Private met de benulings ons getref in verband met die veiligheid van die kinders.
Umama uSmith ebe comfortable ngale private arrangement.
Juffrou Smith was tevreden met die private ooreenkomst. She was comfortable as witnesses with this private arrangement, my lord.
Ukubheka ke ku-28 kaFebruary
To now move to the 28th of February, my lord, I'm not to be from the 28th of February.
kucace ke uba umama uSmith xa ebuzwa ukuba uphi kuzama ukulocatewa kulayazwa neshelter.
When Ms. Smith was being tried to be located and liaised with the shelter,
kulungiselela ukuba admithwe kwi-shelter.
So that there was arrangement made for her to be admitted to shelter, so that the relationship material was so that they opgeneem wordt by the shelter.
Kucace ukuba ebesendleleni eyokwenza i-lie detector test.
That was the time when she was on her way to go and do a lie detector test, so they say. Dus die tijd waar ze toets gemaakt had of ze die waren praat of niet.
Kwaphinda kwa-arrange kwakhona ukuba xa ebuyile
Another arrangement was made, my lord, that if she, when she comes back, another arrangement was contract was that they say, as sy terugkom,
bekuya kufuneka ke kwenziwe i-arrangement kuba afikelele kwi-shelter.
arrangements was supposed to be made for her to be taken to the shelter. Reelings soms getrek word sodat sy na hierdie plek toe sou geneem word.
Nge-28 kananjalo
On the 28th, my lord, we are going to stay here.
nontlalontle ke uye wane-engagement ne-social worker ye-shelter isiyabonga.
The social worker had a conversation with the contact with the social worker at Siyabonga, the shelter. Hierdie maatskaplike werker het in verbinding getree met die social worker, maatskaplike dienste werker by Siyabonga.
Kwacaca ke kuba kukhona imigaqo ukuba umama uSmith uzawuadmithwa ekuzawufuneka elandelwe.
Then it became clear, my lord, there are certain procedures or protocols that Ms. Smith must adhere to if she would be admitted. Sekere voorwaardes was teenwoordig as sy so aangeneem word by hierdie shelter.
Kujongwe iinkalo zonke malunga necase yomntana wakho lahlekileyo.
Everything will be considered in as regards in as far as a child who got lost. Alles sal so gekyk na in verband met die kind wat vermis was.
Kwakunye ke nokhuseleko lendawo apho ebeza kugcinwa khona. Yena ebeza kugcinwa khona.
And the safety of the place where she would be kept. And the veiligheid van die plek waar sy sou gehou word.
Imigaqo ke eyakwafuneka ibekiwe yaba nje according to shelter yaba yile.
The conditions which was at the shelter are the following. Die voorwaardes by hierdie shelter was die volgende.
Bekuyafuneka xa efika ahande in i-cellphone yakhe kwi-shelter.
On arrival at the shelter, she had to hand in a cell phone. Met aankom by die shelter moes sy haar cellphone behandig.
Ukuba ke belukhona unxibelelwano bekufuneka lube lenziwe naye bekuzawufuneka lenziwe via i-social worker ye-shelter.
If there would be any communication between herself, that would have been done via the social worker of that institution. As daar bijvoorbeeld verbinding getree word met haar, moet dit deur die social worker, die maatskaplike werker by die shelter is.
Also enye yemiqathango yawuba ukuba uzakwenza i-drug test.
The other condition was that she was going to do a drug test. Die volgende voorwaarde dat sy moet toets word op dwelms.
Kukhanganywa also ukuba ke uza kuhlala kwi-shelter.
Further, it was stated that if she going to reside in the shelter, further was it was asked in the shelter, so I'm board.
Kwakuzawufuneka ahlale kwi-parameters ze-shelter.
She was supposed to remain in the perimeters of the shelter, so in the area of the shelter,
For ukhuseleko lwakhe.
for her own safety, for her veiligheid.
Kwaye ukuba bekuzabakho ezinye izinto ezingxamisekileyo ekufuneka azenzile.
If there would be anything else maybe important for her to, she was supposed to do or take part in, as enige iets moes gedoen wat belangrik was wat sy moet deelgeneem het of gedoen het.
Abaphathi ke be-shelter bekuyawufuneka bahlale benze bathathe isigqibo after bejonge zonke iingalo.
The people in control or people at the shelter were supposed to take a decision looking at all these conditions, my lord. Die mensen beheer van hierdie sentrum sou met alles aanneem om so besluit te neem.
Okwesibini,
Secondly, my lord, tweedens,
ukuzama also bebeya kuzama also
they would also try to also probeer om
uku-eliminate i-risk
to eliminate the risks, my lord,
regarding to i-safety ye-staff.
and in the connection with the staff also take hoeveel as risiko's of wees verband by die personeel.
Kuba ke imetha ibiseyifike kumaphephandaba.
Since this matter was already within the newspapers, aangesien hierdie saak al in nuusblad was.
And kucaca ukuba kunyanzelekile ke a-confirm uba uyawugcina indawo ye-shelter ikhuselekile angayi-reveal.
And then she would confirm and say that she would keep the place of the shelter safe. Sy sal moet bevestig dat sy hierdie plek by die shelter sou veilig.
Nge-1 March unontlalo-ntle uye wafumana i-contact to ufumene i-telephone contact from Sergeant Milstein.
On the 1st of March, the session worker received a call from Sergeant Milstein. Op die 1 Maart het die maatschappelijke werker opgegeven van Sergeant Milstein.
Kucelwa ukuba i-client incedwe to i-admitwe kwi-shelter.
There was a request that the client be admitted to the shelter.
Mhlawumbi ba
Daar was toen gevraagd dat die cliënt moet ingebring word naar de shelter.
mhlawumbi ukubuyela umva ngalaa mini ibingaphambili.
Just to go back in the previous day, my lord. Let them teruggaan die vorige dag.
I-28 kaFebruwari
28 of February, 28 of February.
yayiza kusiwa ke i-client nomntana wayo kwi-shelter.
The client and the child was going to be taken to the shelter. The client and the council geneem word naar this shelter.
Yaziswa ke ngemigaqo siseko ebekwe i-shelter.
She was then informed about the conditions of the shelter. She was ongelig in verband met die voorwaarden van de shelter.
Kwacaca ukuba akafuni ukuya kwi-shelter.
It became clear that she doesn't want to go to the shelter. En het ook beter geworden dat zij niet wil gaan naar die shelter.
Can I ask something? Part of the conditions of the shelter, does it allow for male persons to be admitted?
Kule shelter ke umikatha ngayo ngaba mhlawumbe bavumela abantu bamadoda bagcine khona.
I-shelter ibingavumeli amadoda abe ahlala khona.
The shelter did not allow men to be residing at the shelter. Mans was nie veronderstel was toestemming vir mans om in die shelter te kom.
So now Ms. Smith was indicating she does not want to be admitted to the shelter.
Ms. Smith wathi ke yena ndifuna uhlala at the shelter.
Isizathu ke sakhe was that ufuna ukuba khona kukhangelo lomntana wakhe.
The reason she gave, my lord, she said she wanted to be present in the search for a child. Sy het gesê sy wil teenwoordig wees in op soek na 'n kind.
Uye wabhala ke nembalelwano ngokucelwa kunontlalontle.
She also did some return request to the social worker. Said navraag geskryf na die maatskaplike werker.
imbalelwano ibicelwe ngunontlalontle ukuba ayibhale econfirma that akafuni ukuya kwishelter.
This was asked by the social worker just to confirm that she refused to go to the social worker. Sy moes net neerskryf en bevestig aan die maatskaplike werker dat sy beheer om na die shelter te gaan.
uyibhale ke ekhankanye izizathu ezi besendizibeke ngaphambili.
She wrote this, my lord, already stating the reasons I've already stated to court as to why she wouldn't go. Sy toe die geskryf aan die maatskaplike dienste waar sy uiteengesit het die redes waarom sy nie wil gaan na die shelter.
Kujongwe unontlalontle ke ejonge ukukhuseleka komntana lo ebezawuhamba naye kuba le engagement ibisenziwa kunye naye ofisini.
The social worker took it into consideration the safety of the child because this conversation took place in an office. Die maatskaplike werker het gekyk na die veiligheid van die kind want hierdie gesprek was plaasgevind in die kantoor.
Sele be-ready uba bebezawuadmithwa bobabini kule shelter.
Hulle was al gereed om beide aangeneem te word by hierdie shelter eerlikwaar.
After ke
person that fell ill in the hall, it's evident that we're not going to finish.
My lord, may I please ask that the cameras not be focused there? That's a family member. This is something that happened last week as well.
The other person is out of the
Thank you, my lord.
uye wacelwa ke uMrs Smith akhankanye okanye afumane umntu onokukhusela umntana wakhe kuba yena ebengekho safe community.
There was a request made to Ms. Smith, can you choose or can you name a person to whom the child could be since you are not safe in the community?
En
was kan sy iemand noem waar die kind so veilig is aangezien die onveilig was in die gemeenskap.
uye ke wacela utata nomama uMK.
She just asked Mr. and Mrs. Emke, sy toe meneer en mevrou Emke gevra.
Usiwe ke ngunontlalontle kumama notata uMK nomntana uRachel.
Sy is toegeneem met haar kind Rachel na die Emke familie. She was taken then with a child Rachel to the Emke family.
Kwapresentwa isicelo.
The request was presented to them. Die navraag was aan hulle gegee.
Umama notata uMK bavuma.
The Mr. and Mrs. Emke they agreed man.
Ukukhathalela
to take care om te sorg.
Umntana uRachel.
To take care of Rachel, the child. Om te sien, te sorg vir die kind Rachel.
Unontlalontle ke uye wenza i-assessments necessary.
The necessary assessments was done by the social worker. Die nodige assessment was gedoen deur die maatskaplike dienswerker.
Provide ne safety plan.
Sy het toe ook 'n veiligheidsplan aan hulle oorhandig. A safety plan was also given.
Waqala ukukhangela ukuba amagama wabo i-caregivers ezizikaRachel azi-appearishi kwi-register yabantu abahlukumeze abantwana.
And then further investigation has went to see that the people agreeing us to take care of Rachel doesn't appear on the register of people abusing children.
Benikeze ke imvume.
Ons bespreek of daar enige informasie in verband met hierdie register is waar persone sou geregistreer word wat kinders mishandel.
I think we can accept in following the norms and standards of DSD, everything was done properly. Rachel was placed in the protection of Mr. and Mrs. Enke, correct?
Ungaba ke onokulandelwe kodwa unokurashiya la finance ke ukhuseleni Mr. Kabamba Enke.
Ndiyavuma.
That's correct, my lord. She was left into the care of the Enke family.
All right.
Sy was toegelaat in die sorg van die Enke family.
And then the 1st of March, you say you received a call from Sergeant Milstein to ask that Ms. Smith must be admitted into the shelter. Did you then say she's not willing to be admitted?
Uphindi
Kodwa first March ke uthi Milstein ufonile wathi unansika uSmith angayeke unansike ne shelter wathi yena uyala.
uxelelwe uSergeant Milstein that ishelter ibinemigaqo siseko ibibekile uMiss Smith akakhange avume kuyo.
Sergeant Milstein was informed, my lord, that there are conditions at this shelter which was made known to Ms. Smith, which she was not prepared to adhere to. Maar zeker voorwaardes aan mevrouw Smith, vanaf meneer Milstein was er zeker voorwaardes aan mevrouw Smith openbaar, sy het geweier om dit te onderdanig.
Kucaca ukuba ebekwi-safe house yabo ngeli thuba efowuna ecela uncedo kufuneka ephumile kwi-safe house.
But because at that stage she was at the safe house of them when she asked for this assistance. After that she had to leave the safe house. Sy was by die veilige plek waar sy aangehoor was toe sy die aansoek doen, as sy probeer het, moes sy die plek verlaat.
Unontlalontle ke wase-shelter wayevumile ukuba lukhona uncedo oludingekayo angafowunelwa.
The social worker of the shelter made known, my lord, if there's any assistance needed from them, she can be called. Die maatskaplike werker by die beskermingsplek het toe gesê as daar enige hulp nodig is, moet sy geskakel word.
Also wabeke uthi mayinikwe inamba yakhe ku Sergeant Milstein if ikhona inid ye shelter.
She even said the number can be given to Sergeant Milstein if the assistance needed. Sy het gesê die nommer kan ook oorgedra word aan Sergeant Milstein as hierdie dienste benodig word.
Kungako ke yanikezwa uSergeant wenza i-follow up ne-shelter ecela.
That's how this number was given to him. And then Sergeant Milstein made some follow-up with the shelter. Hierdie numbers toe oorhandig waar hy toe.
Kuyacaca ke ba uyile uMiss Smith e-shelter.
Dit het toe wettig gekom dat Ms. Smith toe na die shelter toe na die beskermingsplek toe gegaan het. It is clear that she went to the shelter.
Kwacaca uba nakhona akafuni ukuhlala khona.
It became clear she didn't want to stay there.
Kuba
They didn't know what that saying that for blaming.
kuba i-shelter ibingazu.
Before the witness. So did she actually go to the shelter?
Uyile the shelter.
Ngale mini ikhanganyiweyo kucelwa i-SABC uyile kwi-shelter usiwe.
Yes, she went to the shelter on this day. The SPS was taken. SABC was taken there. Says to the this SAP here na Michelle na hierdie beskermingsplek.
Kwacaca ukuba ke khange avume uhlala kwi-shelter.
It became clear she refused to stay at the shelter. Dit beteken ook dat sy geweier het om by hierdie beskermingsplek te bly.
Okwesibini kucacile ke ukuba
Secondly, it became clear tweedens dat dit gebeur.
i-shelter ibingazukwazi umgcina against her will.
The shelter could not, as the witness says, kept her against her will.
Kuba ii-services zabo zi-voluntary.
Beskermingsplek only for funeral only.
Kuqhubekekile ke uMiss Smith ekwi-community.
Ms. Smith carried on in the community, said to put her in the gemeenskap, Mevrouw Smith,
I-case i-developer
as the case of the witnesses developed, to the saak to voortgaan.
unontlalontle wabona ukuba umama waziswa also ukuba umama implicated kwimetha yolahleka komntana wakhe.
The social worker was informed that the mother was implicated in the loss of the child. Die maatskaplike werk was ongeluk dat die moeder deel was van die kind.
Uye ke wanyanzeleka ukuba aformalize i-placements ezi bezenziwe privately kwi-family members. Uye wanyanzeleka ukuba aformalize i-placements ezenziweyo privately kwi-family members, respectively.
Dit het toe voorgekom dat ze sekere veranderingen zou doen worden in verband waar die kinders ook van achter was bij de familieleden.
I think it's to formalize the placement of the children with the family members.
Om dit
Formaliseren.
formaliseer met die
In
familieleden waar die kinders van achter was.
Bebe believer that aba bantwana bebe in need of care and protection.
She believed that these children were in need of care and protection.
As-
Was zeker dat die kinders zo nodig dat hulle verzorgd word en veilig word.
As prescribed by the Children's Act.
Yes.
Zoals die kinders werden voorschrijven.
Ukubheka phambili ke i-placements ezo i-children's court inquiry rather yavulwa.
Een navraag was te gedaan door de hof. Inquiry was daar in de court, maar ook children's inquiry.
With the request that abantwana babeke temporarily safe care.
Waar de kinders zo tijdelijk bij veilige plek zo aangehouden. Where the kids will be kept at the temporary safe care.
I-placements ke ezo njenge-recommendation kaNonhlalonhle was that abantwana baremain apho bebekhona.
The recommendation from the social work was that the kids remain where they were. The aanbeveling van die maatskaplike dienste werker was dat die kinders moet bly waar hulle was.
Their caregivers at the time therefore would become their safety parents.
Die persone wat toe na hulle sorg dat steeds so hulle veiligheids ouers word.
Inkundla ke yasivumela esi sicelo nge-15 kaMarch.
On the 15th of March, the court granted this application or this request.
I-orderisha ke uNonhlalonhle ukuba enze investigations.
Ordered the social worker to this investigation.
Aze
Toegestaan op die 15de Maart waar sy dat die maatskaplike werker moet opvolg.
ukwenzele finalize i-placements within 90 days, 3 months.
So dat sy die plekke waar so bly en finaliseer in die teken van 90 dae. This was supposed to be finalized, the placements was supposed to be finalized in a period of 90 days.
Ikhangela ke also ukukhuseleko kwabantwana.
Also to see the safety of the children, to see the veiligheid van die kinders.
Nokuconfirm allegations of the children or notion of the children being in need of care.
Om ook te bevestig dat die kinders wel nodig hebben om naar te zorgen, to make sure that the children do need care.
Investigations ke ziye zakonkludwa.
The onderzoek is toe afgehandeld. The investigation was concluded.
After ke kuye kwafumaniseka uba abantwana bebe exposed kwi domestic violence ekhaya.
After it became clear that these children were exposed to domestic violence at home, but the kinders so blootgesteld was aan familie bekleide days.
Kuconfirmwa also that abazali aba bantu bebehlala nabo bebesebenzisa iziyobisi.
Further, it was confirmed that the parents they were residing with were using drugs. It was to verder bevestig die ouers waar hulle meer gewone dwelms gebruik.
Kwaye indlela ebebehlala ngayo ibingeyondlo indlela conducive for ukukhulisa abantwana.
And the manner in which they were staying, my Lord, was not conducive to bring up children. And when after was still een goede stand om kinders op te brengen.
I'm sorry, I just want to have this clear. This is an investigation that you are doing for the Children's Court inquiry with regards to the circumstances between accused 1 and 3. They living together with the children. Am I correct?
Kunjalo.
This investigation that onderzoek wat die van Nederland is, onderzoek wat die self vernoot sit in verband met die kinders waar hulle met beskuldigde en er is ook agterwaarts geteste ja.
So,
That's correct, ma'am.
so when you were referring to the children were being exposed to family violence at home, is that family violence at home being perpetrated in the relationship between accused 1 and 3?
It was apparent ukuba if relationship yabo ibine domestic violence,
Witnesses became clear that the relationship had family violence. There were voorkomers of family problemen gehad as a family.
ukubheka phambili abantwana nabo rather uRequeen uye wayiconfirma ukuba abazali umama no partner wakhe bebeye balwe phambi kwabo.
Requeen also said that, that the mother and the father would have a fight in front of them. Requeen to favor the first time that the ma at this Smith and Willis was on the pin, so affect the workers.
Is this relevant, Ms. Swanepoel?
My Lord, in light of the plea explanation of it, that's the only relevance. Plea explanation of accused number 1. Exhibit D, I think. That's the only relevance.
So just leave relevant evidence, please.
Thank you, my Lord.
I've allowed you a lot of latitude,
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you, my
but
Lord.
you're going too far now.
Thank you, my Lord. Madam, when you concluded this investigation, your report was given to the Children's Court Inquiry and was the final order then made with regards to the placement of Requeen and Rachel.
Ingaba ke uphando lwabo ke banikeza enkundleni apho kwathatha isigqibo sokugqibela noma nokuhlaliswa kwaRequeen noRachel.
Kwi-investigations ke eziconductiweyo iye yafanalizwa i-placement
Placement was finalized in the investigation done, my Lord.
ka-Requeen
And Requeen,
nge-3rd kaJuly 2024 with the recommendation that a place will be foster care.
met de aanbeveling dat they foster care geplaatst wordt.
A place of foster care ka Mrs. Kuler Priscilla.
Priscilla Kuler, waar hij moest wordt gehandeld. He was supposed to be put in the foster care of Priscilla Kuler.
Queen.
This in 2024.
Kwi-investigations also beziqhutywa kwaye kwafumana isicelo ukuba utata womntana ufuna utata kaRachel ufuna i-access to Rachel.
Gedurende die ondersoek hierop kom dat die biologische vader van Rachel wou contact hê met die kind besoek. It became clear that during the investigation that the father of Rachel wanted some access to his child.
Primarily ukuhlala nokukhathalela uRachel.
So primair met the play and te sien. Primarily to care and to stay with Rachel.
Kuba ke bengahlali kwi-area ye-social worker apho asebenza khona.
Since he wasn't residing in an area where the social worker is, he wasn't working in the area where the social worker is, and he said he gewerk het of operate in the area waar die maatskaplike werker gebeurde.
Unontlalo-ntle uye wathumela izicelo zicheka okanye ziassessa i-social circumstances katata.
Die maatskaplike dienste toe werker toe mense gestuur om gaan kyk die sosiale omstandighede van die pa. The social worker then sent people to investigate the social circumstances of the father.
Can I shorten this? Did you then request assistance from social workers at DSD in the Northern Cape to investigate the social circumstances of the father?
I confirm.
And after that
That's
was...
correct, my Lord, I confirm, yeah, that's so far, that's what. Gevraagd weer die maatschappelijke diensten in Worka, om te zien van de sociale omstandigheden van de pa.
And the recommendations were then given to the Children's Court.
Die aanbeveling was toegevoegd aan die kinderhof.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord. That's recht so hier.
And was a final order then made also with regards to Rachel?
This was ook geweldig sinds we aan Rachel.
Inkundla yasikhaba isicelo sokuba uRachel aplacewe kwi-care katata ngela xesha.
The application of the father was refused that Rachel be put in the care of the father at that stage. Op daardie oomblik was sy aansoek nie successful dat die Rochelle sê met hom moet woon nie.
Izizathu ke zazizezokuba
The reasons was that my lord the rede so yesterday
i-report eyayiprovidiwe yi-social worker yase-Northern Cape yayingayisatisfy inkundla.
the report which was provided by the social worker of Northern Cape did not satisfy the court. Die verslag wat ingehandig was deur die maatskaplike werker van Noordkap het die hof tevrede gestel.
Kwacelwa ke ukuba unontlalo-ntle avelele iinkalo ezacelwa ngumagistrate ngelaa xesha.
Because there was a request that the social worker must look into what the court said she must look at as far as the decision was concerned.
Isicelo ke se-presiding officer yayisesisokuba
The request from the magistrate to look into was the following, my lord.
i-report yakhe ijonge ukuba umntana uzawuhlala nabani.
The report and then the request from the magistrate was that he or she investigates in the Northern Cape must see as to who the child will be residing.
I-severity ye-condition katata yempilo.
De omstandigheden van die gezondheid van die pa. Circumstances around the health of the father.
Uzawuhlala nabani umntana?
With whom will the child be residing? Where so they can play.
Ukhona na umuntu ongumama endlini?
Is there a woman figure in the house as a mother and niece?
Kwakunye nokuba ivelaphi imali ekhoyo endlini.
And if there's any mother, where would that money come from? As a geld so gekry word van watter bron sou dit geld gekry word.
On the latter ke ye yafinalizwa i-placement ka-Rachel after ifunyenwe i-report.
At the later stage then the placement of Rachel was finalized. Op later stadium was hierdie placement van Rachel gefinaliseer.
I-finalizwa nge-4 October 2024.
It was finalized on 24th of October 2024.
Inkundla icele ke ukuba imonitorishwe for 12 months.
The court then asked that this situation be monitored for 12 months. The offer to confirm that the situation for 12 months.
I-placement ka-Rachel with biological father.
The placement van Rachel in verband met dat wegesapa en ander woorde, hulle moes tydperkie vir 12 maande wat hulle kon kyk die omstandighede waar Rachel se geplaas word in haar pas sorg.
Unontlalo-ntle was to submit a report every 6 months within this time frame.
The social worker was supposed to submit a report for the period of 6 months. Die maatskaplike werker sou verslag indien vir 'n periode van 6 maande.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. That's the evidence of this witness.
We will take the adjournment now till tomorrow morning. Ms. Mbambu, will you please return to the court at 9 tomorrow morning? For purposes of the cross-examination.
I'll do so, my lord.
Accused 1 and 2, Mr. Paulus, Mr. Van Rijn, in custody at Malmesbury. Ms. Smith, Langebaan Saps. We shall resume at 9 tomorrow morning. Court adjourned.